Are we on our, is our streaming working now, or are we waiting still another minute or two? Okay. 5 minutes? Okay. Is it just, this is the buffering for YouTube? Is that what's happening? Oh, okay. 5 minutes, apparently.
This is just checking the audio on the live stream, thanks.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We just had to get our stream online, and to those in the audience here in the chambers on a warm evening, and to those at home, welcome. This is our regular council meeting of July 14th. Call the meeting to order. Our time is now 7:03. As we gather, we'd just like to acknowledge that we do so on the traditional territories of the Coast and Strait Salish peoples, specifically the Lekwungen people known today as the Songhees and Kasapsum or Squamish nations, and their historic connections to these lands continue to this day. Our first order of business is approval of the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved and seconded, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We have 3 minutes for approval. June 23rd, July 7th, and July 7th. All those moved and seconded. Any changes, corrections, or amendments on those minutes? I am not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And then we just need to receive the committee of the whole minutes of May 10th. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. Mayor's remarks. We have a large agenda, so I'll try and be brief. I did have the pleasure of attending the Canadian Association of Police Board Governance Chair's quarterly meeting. It's interesting, really a focus on how police and police boards interact on development of community wellness and safety programs. So that's happening all the way across the country, including here in Greater Victoria. Also at the CRD last week, the Transportation Committee service was officially approved. So that will be turning up. It's primarily an advisory body at this point, but it gives a framework for some potential additional regional planning. And the CRD also moved forward, advanced the next steps, the Performing Arts Facility Service. So this is a potential service that would consider a sub-regional service allowing for the broader region to take ownership of both the Royal and McPherson and potentially the Mary Winspear and other future performing arts centers to the public benefit. And so there's work to be done still, but that's going away for more detailed development of bylaws and interest, and that will come back to the board. But I think has a great deal of potential benefit. One of the key ones is it would allow for regional grants to allow for performing arts groups to be able to afford to perform in some of those regionally significant centers, which is becoming more and more difficult as the costs rise. And while I'm not officially here this week, I'm trying to take some time off. I am planning on attending the Arts Alive opening. And if you haven't attended it before, it's worth doing. This is a tour of the new public art pieces with attendant artists and sometimes musical guests in other aspects. So it's happening this Thursday night, and there's a tour that you can sign up for online. That concludes my comments. The next session of this is the public comment and question period. We reserve time in each meeting to allow members of the public to come and speak to council. This is on matters not on the agenda. So if there's items on the agenda that allow for public input, we will welcome your input at that time. So this is things that are not on the agenda, but people wish to either inform council about something or ask questions or make requests. This is the opportunity. So It's open for people both online and in person. So if you here just wish to speak to council about something that's not on the agenda tonight, please come forward. You can demonstrate how it's done. It's perfect. So have a seat, and if everybody anybody else who might be interested in coming up, sit down, push the button to turn on the microphone, state your name and municipality of residence. You don't have to give your address, just your municipality, and then you have up to 3 minutes to address council. Just pull it slightly towards yourself. It doesn't have to be too close. Yeah, perfect. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jane Evans. I live in Oak Bay.
Welcome.
And today I'd just like to comment on the dreadful fuel leak into Bowker Creek last week. And first, how sad and deflated many volunteers and residents feel about the incident, but to also tell you how thankful we are about the amazing response that Oak Bay and Victoria staff took on. I understand the Ministry of Environment was there, and Saanich helped to investigate the source. Public Works staff took on the difficult work of containing the spill and kindly answered questions of passersby. Steve Rennick responded to our questions and made a great effort to communicate with us, so we're very thankful for all of that. All of this work was documented by our local press, who is indispensable in keeping the community up to date. So instead of feeling defeated, we have hope and feel supported by the community of municipal staff, the media, and residents. So thank you, and we look forward to moving forward with what's happened and just making Bowker Creek a better place. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else come and wish to come? Please come forward. Welcome. Same process, just name, municipality of residence, and you have up to 3 minutes. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is James Simpson. I live on St. Anne Street in Oak Bay. And I'm here about the proposed bike lane project on our residential street. I'm going to read this so I can stay within my time frame, so I'm going to look down instead of up. I apologize. This isn't my main point this evening, but I am concerned, even with a very large, expensive generational infrastructure project in the works and now the OCP, plus decades of deferred critical maintenance that council still has over $8 million committed to a project. I'd like to call it frivolous, but I'll use the word discretionary just to be polite. The option exists to spend a fraction of that to achieve better outcomes and a more equitable solution, and I hope that's the direction we eventually go. The baseline, as always, is that Oak Bay is already safe for cyclists, and that safety is everyone's concern. The St. Anne stretch has a 0 incident rate over the last 10 years. So if the project built out to the AAA standard being suggested by some, if it's built out to that, it's purely to solve a problem that doesn't actually exist. In fact, it will cause harm and be a problem in its own right if you choose to barricade our street with concrete bumpers and stanchions. I haven't received an answer that makes any sense as to why this project is still on the books, considering the above, plus the very large tax increase we've all just experienced. And that being said, my main point of being here this evening is this. As you know, we've consulted several realtors who are regulars here in Oak Bay. They've informed us that the general depreciation in our property values will be about $100,000 per property if you barricade our safe residential street. They base this on some factors, not the least of which is the problem of actually selling a home where the all ages and abilities access to that home by resident service providers and guests is blocked by concrete barriers. So on top of the unnecessary expenditure of some portion of that $8 million, when some reasonable spot mitigations would be perfect in collaboration with your community and your constituents, just for the 100 or so families that you'd be harming here, never mind the rest of the network, you would also be causing about $10 million in property depreciation, all to accomplish nothing. It's perfectly safe to ride down St. Anne Street. Some of our residents will have to sell or not want to live on a street where you've barricaded them from their all ages and abilities access to their own homes. I hope that mitigating this is something you're considering if you push these people from their homes. Now imagine you were hosting a dinner party in February in bad weather in your homes. I do that all the time through the winter months, and I have several friends with mobility issues. Now tell your guests they're going to have to park possibly blocks away and walk the rest of the way in the rain, all for nothing. I suggest you inhibit your own immediate neighborhoods as a sort of focus group, maybe for a year before coming to our street.
Mr. Simpson, I'm going to have to ask
Thank
you
you.
to wrap it up. Oh, that was it?
Perfect. I got right
Well
to
done.
the end.
Thank you, and I just want to encourage you and anybody else interested, the 9 routes that are identified as cycling routes, we have asked staff to go and bring forward multiple options with estimated costs for consideration for public input, so that will be coming back, and so that will guide what possible changes are coming, so please participate in that.
Our group is aware of that, actually, and we will be participating. Absent the concrete barriers, this could have been a completely collaborative situation instead of a confrontational one. So I'm surprised
Our
that
collaborative approach is to get that feedback.
it could have been collaborative. No, at the very beginning, which it wasn't. And I'm really surprised that confrontation was chosen at the very beginning.
I'll thank you for
And
your
now
time.
we're becoming collaborative. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Don't forget your piece of paper. think
I won't.
Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm also going to try and read from this, but as you can see, it's a bit of a mess, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't manage to make a whole lot of sense here. I'm hoping that I
All you
will.
really have to do is give your name and municipality of residence, and everything else is up
And
to
then
you.
everything else is fine. Okay, so good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jerry Ann Knowles-Robson, and as of this month, I have owned my home on St. Anne Street for 30 years. I've raised 3 children to adulthood here, and I have been fighting for safety on the St. Anne-Monterey corridor since the time my eldest took her first steps. After much time and effort, I was able to petition my neighbors and convince the council of the day to put a 4-way stop and crosswalks at the accident-riddled corner of St. Anne Street and Cranmore Road. The speed limit was reduced to 40 kilometers per hour. Firefighters Park received proper signage and a 30 kilometer per hour speed limit and a 30 kilometer per hour speed limit, and we've been accident-free ever since. St. Anne Street is a wide, safe thoroughfare, especially for motorists and cyclists. However, and oddly enough, some members of council continue to push for protected bike lanes with great fervor, even though they will be a detriment to what seems to be a forgotten group, pedestrians, and especially pedestrians with mobility issues. It may come as no surprise that Oak Bay has a disproportionately large aging population. Many of those residents would choose to age in place in the homes they have often occupied for a considerable portion of their lives. I happen to be one of those people. I hope to be able to stay in my home. It's also true that Oak Bay seems to be experiencing an epidemic of joint replacement surgeries. Yes, we all know. We all know someone. This was my own personal experience last summer. I have a small parking pad in front of my house. Some of my neighbors don't even have that. If my daughter hadn't been able to pull up to the curb, I would never have been able to get out of her car, and I needed her help, and use my walker to get to the house. That was also a trip back and forth weekly to physiotherapy for many weeks afterwards. Your choice, if this had been made before my surgery, and it could still be a problem because I have to have the other knee done, which is not something I'm looking forward to, but your choice to put in those barriers would have effectively kept me from recovering in my own home. You would have caused great hardship in order to fix a problem that doesn't exist on our safe street that has never had a cycling incident. All ages and abilities means just that. It is unconscionable to sacrifice the basic needs for shelter of one group to provide another group with something that is clearly superfluous and financially extravagant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I will just say, I think it's important to recognize that, no, go ahead, you can have a seat.
Oh, thank you.
You know, all the members of council have divergent viewpoints on these things, and I think it's important that just like we welcome all viewpoints from the public on these matters, I don't want to, you know, see it as pejorative. I think the advocacy and the vision for things is seen as both a positive and a negative. So I just want to make sure that we celebrate that more than we criticize it. And I just also want to, two other things, just for clarity, because this topic's come out twice. The AAA standard does not always require cement barriers. There are other ways of achieving that. But also, that's the point of this consultation process, is to look at what is the appropriate standard to use on these various routes. So whether it will or will not be AAA is really up to people's feedback and then council's decision. So I just want to make sure we're clear on where all those things are at. So thank you. Other members of the public who wish to come speak to council. It's nice to have such a turnout on such a lovely evening. I saw some people, please come forward. Did you wish to speak? Come on up.
Thank you. My name is David Newell. I'm a lifelong resident of Oak Bay. And I'm just thought I'd found a piece of amazing history in a book. It's called Songhees Pictorial, right? It's by Grant Keddy, a former curator, that's the word I was looking for, of the Royal BC Museum. And in its final chapter, it's called The Final Move. It gives a very interesting part of Oak Bay history. In 1910, the people of the Songhees were approached and encouraged to leave downtown Victoria to move to their new reserve. The one downtown on the other side of Johnson Street Bridge was called the Old Reserve, and they were encouraged to move to the new reserve. Not all of them wanted to leave. They'd been living there all their lives in 1843. And they wanted to have them, the people of Victoria wanted to have them removed simply because they didn't have the same lifestyle as the Europeans. And they were, there were 10 women who asked to not move, but they were told that women did not have a say in the decision because they weren't 21 years old and they weren't male. They were also asked, where would you like to move? They said, we'd like to move back to Cadborough Bay. Cadborough Bay was the biggest, was the main village for the Songhees on this side of Victoria, in Cadborough Bay. Its name is Snaka. I've learned that was the name of from elders themselves that who have ancestors here in Victoria, or descendants here in Victoria. It was in 1906 that they were, when the lands of the municipalities of Oak Bay and Saanich were defined with a border between the two, that ran right through their, next to their village site, dividing the Chikonin family in half. It ranges, the Chikonin family goes from South Oak Bay through to Cabra Bay to 10 Mile Point to Pecals, Mount Douglas, and historically as far as Cabra Bay, or Cordova Bay, and Beaver Lake and Elk Lake.
Mr. Newell, as a courtesy to everybody who
Yes.
wishes to speak to council, you're well over your 3 minutes right
Yeah,
now.
thank you.
Is there any key message that you want to leave us with before you go? Or-
Well, next year's 2026,
Mhm.
it's 120th anniversary of the municipality of Oak Bay and Saanich. And I think it would be fitting that we have a big celebration of return to put things in a positive light, welcoming back the Lekwungen people in a celebratory fashion, and maybe with a gift. That maybe my dream would be Spewang being shared, if not given to them, because it would make a beautiful place for them to be able to reach Tletchess, which is Discovery and Chatham Islands, which are their lands.
Thank you.
Make the continuum. I think it would be a fantastic celebration.
Thank you, Mr. Newell.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing the book. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so yeah, thanks for bringing it tonight.
Mhm.
Anyone else wish to come and speak to council? Please come forward. And welcome.
Hi, good evening.
It can be a bit nerve-wracking coming up, so we try to make it as friendly as possible.
Oh, that's okay. I
just
used to be
name-
the queen, so I know how to do this.
Name and municipality, and you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay, my name's Katie Oppen. I actually live in Saanich, and I have this plan to visit all the city councils in the area to talk about this new idea for increasing revenues to the municipalities in a way that will reduce inequality. So we know that countries that have high inequality have poorer economic outcomes, poorer social outcomes, more instability, more government instability, crime. There's a lot of problems. As inequality grows, we know that these problems grow. And so obviously the answer is to shrink inequality to have a nice, safe, happy environment and city to live in. It's all possible. So one of the roles of government is to, in the interests of doing that, is to level the playing field. So a simple thing like a wheelchair ramp, that's leveling the playing field. And all the way up to things like Mr. Carnegie when he built all the libraries all over the US, or what Bill Gates and Melinda Gates do by giving away their money, and Warren Buffett. So level the playing field. And we already do that in a way with income tax. So income tax is indexed, which means that the more money you make, the higher percentage you pay, right? But property taxes are not indexed. They're a flat tax. And by definition, a flat tax is regressive, which is not progressive, which actually increases inequality. And that's because the people at the bottom end might struggle to pay their taxes, right? Like groceries or taxes this month, where the people at the top end, they barely notice. They're not going to go hungry if they have to pay their taxes. And so it tilts the balance, right? And in Canada, we don't have wealth tax, although the federal Liberals raised this idea in their campaign, this last campaign. And we don't have inheritance tax either. In the US, they had inheritance tax, but Trump is taking it away. So that will increase inequality also. So we're looking at a way to redistribute wealth back into the communities, back into the cities. Jane Jacob, urban visionary, they called her, she said that cities are where the rubber hits the road. So the feds make a decision, this is what we're going to do, affordable housing. You can have $4 billion, great. They pass it on to the province. The province says, yay, we got $400 million to share. And then they pass it on to the municipalities. Now all of a sudden, each little municipality has a little bit, never quite enough to do what they need to do, right? And not only do you have to figure out how to spend the money, but you have to free up land, you have to do the utility. There's a whole bunch. All the work happens.
You have about 15 seconds left, so I
Okay,
just
all
think you
right.
might want to get to your
So
point. To raise
index property taxes. So I'm almost done. So if we could do that, we could raise more taxes. So the houses that are higher value would pay a higher rate, not just the flat same rate. Okay, so, and there are lots of objections to that, and you could see where be a transition effect, and you'd be, it's not a simple thing, but it would be possible. I did send out a one-pager ahead. If you didn't get it, I will send it again, which explains it a bit more. So the federal Community of Municipalities has raised this in their recent report, the growth, I forget what it is now, I don't have my paper in front of me, the growth plan, anyway, municipal growth framework. And the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives also talked about it in a paper last year, and they actually had percentages, do this.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. I do have to.
Okay, all right, so I encourage you to take this to the meeting of the BC municipalities meeting this fall.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to council about anything not on the agenda this evening? Don't see any other hands in line, online or in person.
Can I say something?
Oh, you're welcome to.
I'm not on the agenda.
No, it's just on items that are not on the agenda tonight that are relevant to
So I
it.
can't say anything I'm not on the agenda?
Sorry. Each item on the agenda allows people to speak to it.
Okay,
So, but this is just a chance if there's items here that are not on the agenda.
this is really quick. I don't.
Please come forward. I'll let you know if it's appropriate. Please come forward.
I can't.
You
go-
can't then speak to us. It's a public meeting. You're welcome to address this privately through email or in private meetings, but you can't address council.
sitting
you're here,
in this chair at the back. Okay.
Sorry.
Great, that's my point. Yeah.
You're allowed to speak here if you have something to say.
Okay, so. Oh,
Oh, yeah, you don't have to sit down. You can just come close enough that we can, yeah, thank you.
great. So I'm thinking, this is the second time that I've been.
Sorry, can you just get a name and municipality of residence?
Beach Drive.
Name, please?
494. Deanna Watterson.
Thank you.
Oak Bay. This is my second meeting that I've attended, and I'm feeling like the arrangement of this meeting is completely reverse. I think that the public who wants to speak on behalf of their concerns should be where you are, and you guys should be where we are. It's intimidation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Watterson. I'm acutely aware of how that can be very intimidating to come forward and speak to council, so we try and make it as welcoming. No, I appreciate you raising it.
It's intimidating.
Anybody else wish to speak to council? Okay, I don't see any other hands online or in person, so thank you, everybody, for coming and participating. And I think the diversity of topics that were raised here tonight is a good indicator of the diversity of topics that we get to deal with on a day-to-day basis, so. Moving on then to items on the agenda. The next section, section 7 of the agenda, are items that do not have public input, but have other mechanisms for input and advice. Up first, we have Upland Setting and Design, ADP 00189 for 3290 Exeter Road. Welcome, Mr. Green.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. The district has received a upland siting and design application for the property located at 3290 Exeter Road. The purpose of the application is to facilitate proposed exterior renovations to the existing house, as well as a proposed accessory dwelling unit, as well as associated landscaping works on the property. This application was presented to the advisory design panel on July the 8th, and the panel recommended that the application be approved. Staff are also recommending that the application be approved. The applicant and designer are also here to answer any questions that council may have. Nothing further to add, and happy to answer any questions that council may have on the application.
Thank you very much. I think it's Mr. Teal, is that right? That's here? Okay, perfect. We'll see if there's any questions. So bringing it back to this table then, thank you for that overview, Mr. Green. Are there any questions from members of council to the applicant or to the staff? No questions. That's usually a good sign. We don't always know until we get to there. So can I have a motion to receive the
Move
report?
receipt.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any usually discuss receipt? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And then I need
I'll
someone to move.
move that Upland Siting and Design Permit ADP 00189 for 3290 Exeter Road to permit exterior renovations to an existing house as well as the design of a new accessory dwelling unit proposed for construction along with associated landscape works be approved.
Moved and seconded, thank you. Yes, comments are now welcome, and we'll get to a question.
I just wanted to thank the proponent for not tearing the house down and for making it look better and adding something that I think will augment the property really well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't see any other, Councillor Green?
Very quickly through you, thank you very much. The improvements are hugely attractive, I think, so thank you.
Thank you. Usually ask people to speak in opposition if they're going to speak to explain, but I don't see any other hands, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? Thank you very much, and thanks to the applicants. I think it is a very tasteful and thoughtful approach, so well done. Moving to 7.2, we have Upland Setting and Design ADP 00191 for 3055 Beach Drive. Mr. Green, I think you're Mr. McTravick this evening, I take it. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. The district has received an upland site and design application for the property located at 3055 Beach Drive. The purpose of the application is to facilitate the installation of 3 new windows on an existing single-family dwelling on the property. This application was also presented to the advisory design panel on July the 8th, and the panel recommended that the application be approved. Staff are also recommending that the application be approved. I'm not sure if the applicant is here this evening, but they were informed that this application would be before council this evening. Happy to answer any questions that council may have on this application.
Thank you very much. We have, yes, changes of windows. Any questions from members of the council? Again, fairly straightforward application. So with that, a motion to receive the report. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed, unopposed? Can I get someone to read in the motion? Councillor Appleton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would move that Upland Siting and Design Permit ADP 00191 for 3055 Beach Drive for the purpose of installing new windows be approved.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? That carries. We move to some bylaw for, these have both had 3 readings. They're back here for adoption. 7.3 is driveway access bylaw number 3550 1987 amendment by, I'm not going to read it aloud because somebody has to read it aloud.
I'll move that driveway access bylaw number 3550 1987 amendment bylaw number 4918 2025 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. We don't usually debate on adoption unless somebody has had a change of mind or wishes to raise a new point. Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Then moving on to 7.4.
And I'll move that 2025 to 2029 financial plan bylaw number 4899 2025 amendment bylaw number 4915 2025 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Again, same rules apply if anybody's wishes to speak against or change their mind. Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? Or any opposed? Not opposed. Thank you. Moving into section 8 then, we are into our reports and memorandums, each of which is subject to public input. Our first item is 8.1 Strategic Priorities Fund, which is a request for council resolution. I believe Ms. Morden is online to give a brief introduction to this. These items asking other levels of government for money don't usually have a lot of fight from us or the public, but welcome, Ms. Morden.
Thank you, Your Worship. Everyone can hear me okay?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I'll just do a short introduction. I know you have a packed agenda. The Strategic Priorities Fund is currently accepting applications. This program is part of the Canada Community Building Fund, and that is formerly and probably more commonly known as the Federal Gas Tax Fund. So in BC, the Canada Community Building Fund is administered through an agreement between Canada, the province, and the Union of BC Municipalities. It has 3 funding programs within it. The first is an allocated funding program through which local governments receive federal funds on an allocated and non-competitive basis every year, and that is called the Community Works Fund. Excuse me. The second is the Metro Vancouver Regional Fund for large-scale transit projects in that region. And the third is this opportunity, the Strategic Priorities Fund, which is a competitive application-based program currently open to local governments outside of the Lower Mainland. Local governments may submit one application to the capital project stream and one application to the capacity building stream for a total of 2 applications. The Strategic Priorities Fund can contribute a maximum of 100% of eligible costs to a maximum of $7 million in funding. Applicants must include a council resolution, and so that is why this report is before you this evening. Staff have reviewed potential projects in the financial plan, looking at both capital projects and the council priorities projects relative to the program requirements and national objectives. In particular, staff looked for projects in the planning and design stage that fit with the fund's aims to support projects that are large in scale, regional in impact, and or innovative, as well as national objectives of economic growth, a clean environment, and strong communities. Staff are recommending submitting 2 applications. In the capital project stream, staff are suggesting the new Carnarvon Park main building, so not the park amenities, just the building. And in the capacity building stream, staff are suggesting the comprehensive asset management plan for remaining phases of work and related software acquisition. So those 2 suggestions are put forward tonight for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Ms. Morden. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you to Ms. Morden. Thank you so much for the report. It's always nice to be doing grant applications, keeping in mind, of course, though, that the money is circular. It all comes from us in one form or another. But my question is, the application for $12 million under the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Fund, does applying for the extent of that amount in any way reduce the chance of receiving grant funding from the Strategic Priorities Fund, or are they totally independent funding streams, so that in fact the potential to receive from both streams is optimal?
Ms. Morden?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the question. They are completely independent of each other, and both programs do allow for stacking.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from members of council? So this is our first, I'm going to just use this as a good demonstration project. This is one of the items on the agenda that allows for public input. So if anybody from the public wishes to talk to council, we usually do it in this order. We allow council to ask questions of the staff or the applicant, depending on what it is. Then we will, once we finish our questions, we will go to the public and take any public input on the matter at hand. At the conclusion of the public input, we will come back to this table and we will seek direction from council through by way of motions, and we'll debate it at this table. So each of these items has one opportunity for public input, but we try to keep that as available as possible for people to raise any points they see fit. I don't anticipate a lot of public input on this one, but it's a good one to sort of let people know the process. This will carry forward with all of the items on the agenda that indicate that they are subject to public input. So we've had questions of council. I'm going to go seek if there's any members of the public who wish to speak to council on this item, which is 8.1, a request for council resolution on grant applications. Anybody in the audience wish to talk to us about this? I don't see any hands online. If you are online and do wish to speak to council, you can either, if you're calling into the 855 number, you would hit *9. That's not #9, it is *9 to raise your hand. And if you're using the Zoom app, which is the preferred method, then just use the React tab to raise your hand. Not seeing any public indication for public input, I'll come back to this table, and we'll start with a motion to receive.
Move receipt.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed?
Would you like the motions read out?
I think you can just move the recommendation is fine.
With the addition of the, yeah, I'll move the staff recommendation and the, also that the district agrees to provide overall grants management and to support any cost overruns.
Right. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I do want to just say I appreciate we have both the people who would help manage this, the Director of Parks, Rec and Culture, and the Manager of Finance and Asset Management in the room with us as well tonight to just make sure that we make the right decision tonight, I think is the word. Any other discussion on this matter? Councillor Appleton?
Just very quickly, Your Worship, just to extend my thanks to staff just with respect to the fact that we can present. I'm very satisfied and very confident with the materials that we can put forward for the purposes of the grant application with respect to the Carnarvon building because of the legwork that a number of staff have done to get us to the design phase. And I think we've got something very solid that the grant recipients can take a look at. So I just wanted to extend my thanks for getting us to that point and being well placed to take this action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I am going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Move to section 9. These are bylaws and permits. These are, again, subject to public input. Same process. We'll get a brief overview from staff. We'll take questions. We'll go to the public for input and then come back to this table for direction. Welcome, Chief McDonald.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You have before you the recommended modernization of 3 key regulatory tools that govern fire protection and enforcement for the District of Oak Bay. The purpose of this package is to align our local bylaws with the Fire Safety Act, which has now been fully implemented in the province of BC. It also enhances cost recovery tools and ensures our enforcement provisions are current, enforceable, and clear. The staff report had a clear breakdown of all of the amendments that are new to the bylaws, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Patterson, Braithwaite, Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Chief. Thanks very much for the report. And yes, the comparison charts I found very helpful of comparisons between existing and updated versions, so that was really helpful. Just one question that I do have. For the charts of the fines that could potentially be levied on building owners, are early payment discounts standard in most communities? It seems to me that if you've done something wrong, a discounted payment somehow is, it seems not quite in keeping with the spirit of why we were giving the fine, but I'm just wondering if that is commonly done. Thank you.
Chief McDonald.
Through His Worship, thank you for the question, and we did work with consultants on this, and they are looking around other municipalities that have incorporated amendments or incorporated the Fire Safety Act and the required implementation by August 1st. It is not an uncommon approach in what you're seeing. I mean, obviously, we don't like to write fines, but it is a tool that we have, and it is a way to progressively incentivize people.
You. I have then Councillor Braithwaite and then Watson.
Thanks so much, Mayor, and through you to the Chief. I was looking at Schedule A, the fees and charges, and the very last one kind of caught my attention, which was attendance at or standby for special events. And I apologize if this was on the previous bylaw that I just never noticed, but it does say $500 per hour per engine company, minimum 3 hours. And I wonder if you could just give me an explanation of when that would be implemented. And in my head, I'm thinking, if the fire department is on standby at the market, for example, is there a charge for something like that, or is there different things that it would be charging for?
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Chief.
Through the Mayor, excellent question, and typically this is for related to for-profit events. So might be if there's a requirement or a request from a movie shoot for us to actually have an engine on standby, then that's what we would be talking about, and not a special event permit.
Thank you for that clarification. Anything else? No. Councillor Watson. Then Apple.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few questions, if I may, through you to Chief McDonald. First of all, I just would like to talk a little bit about, or ask you about the Schedule 12 fines. Could you, first question, are they per day or per occurrence?
Excuse me, through the chair, 1 second. Schedule 12 in the MTI bylaw, is that correct? Yes, okay. Just bear with me. Obviously, a lot of documents, and I need to familiarize myself as well as we go through this.
It's page 47 of 48 of the overall report.
So Schedule 12, bear with me. Do you have a specific example, or are you talking about each and every one of those?
Well, each and every one, but specifically I was next going to ask about the failure to submit a fire safety plan, which is $250. Yeah.
So typically that would be a one-time?
Thank you.
Not per day.
Does it say anywhere whether they're per occurrence or per day? Is there variation? I couldn't find that anywhere. I did wonder.
Through the chair, I will have to take a closer read of that. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I've written so many versions of this, I have lost myself in bylaw and amendments and ticketing.
Thank you, but I will continue in the vein of that particular fine for a failure to submit fire safety plan. And it was really a question about proportionally where those numbers come from. It seems to me that not having a fire safety plan for a public occupancy is a significant kind of violation of the requirements of fire safety. And how do we get to $250, particularly if it's just a one-time thing?
Through the chair, so the amounts that are in here are pre-existing, so they were not increased. There are a couple of that are new, but the amounts themselves have not changed. But yeah, there are instances where we can go by day, and we typically try to align with municipal practices for how we enforce. But I'm sorry, I'm giving you a very great answer at this moment in time.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
I'll move to smoke alarms in single-family dwellings or private residences. And it looks like the requirements now have been clarified in the Act, and so we have new provisions. And I just wanted to ask if there will be guidance given to the public around these changes other than simply our bylaw text. Question.
Chief? Through the chair, no, it's an excellent point. We are planning on doing some public education pieces. The inclusion of requirements for smoke alarms is not new. It has been a requirement for, I want to say, close to 20 years. It's just a matter of the amendments to the building code to include the hardwired, but there has been the provision through bylaw for quite a long time within Oak Bay, as well as numerous other municipalities.
I was specifically, thank you for that, Chief McDonald. I was specifically saying there's some language now around their location of installation in relation to hallways and places, and that seems to be that it is added text. So it does change the nature of what's being asked of homeowners as far as I could read this. And so, but if you're going ahead to do public education around it, then that's fine. And just as a matter of, as part of that, I wondered if, does functioning correctly in terms of these smoke alarms that all homeowners are supposed to have, does that include dead batteries? If your batteries are dead, are you responsible for is that considered to be a violation because they're not functioning properly?
Chief.
Through the chair, that is correct. That would be not functioning properly. And just to clarify, I think on the location and the details that are now located in our bylaw, that is, I believe, consistent with the requirements that are outlined either in the building code or fire code.
And finally, along the vein of sort of outreach to homeowners so that they understand things, and I can't even find the reference anymore, but there are now they're maybe not new, but clarification around managing combustible growth on private property, and I wondered about public guidance around that, particularly now that we're more concerned about wildfire within urban areas.
Chief.
Through the chair, typically we deal with that on a complaint basis, and usually involves a site visit, review, and education. Very rarely do we lean to enforcement, but it is always an option.
Anything else?
The question was more, would the public in Oak Bay know what kinds of things to do and not do so that we never visited them, I guess, is more the issue.
Chief, anything else in terms of public education?
Through His Worship, we do have some fire safety information that does talk about fire smarting material, but because the district has not adopted Fire Smart, it's hard for us to promote that specifically as a program, but it is used as a guide on how to improved fire safety as far as vegetation management around structures within the district.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the Chief. Yeah, lots of interesting content in the new bylaw, and I appreciate all the clarity that goes into it. This is a bit of a divergent one. I apologize in advance, but I'm just making reference to the section on hazardous materials incidents. And this has just been on my mind in the last sort of 48 hours because as our residents have come to notify us about, we've had a hazardous material response, not by the fire service, but by municipal works crews. And I was very interested and thought that it was quite appropriate to have sections in this hazardous materials incidents when there's a response to a hazardous materials incident that was the quote-unquote fault, or where the landowner was at fault for the discharge of those hazardous materials, that you could recover the cost of decontamination and disposal of such materials, which I thought was very interesting. But I get that I'm going to understand this to be confined specifically to fire department apparatus, but not to put you on the spot, Chief, but is there any applicability of this to public works vehicles? Because that was on my mind as public works vehicles were vectoring diesel fuel, for instance.
Chief McDonald.
Through the Mayor, we haven't explored that option in detail. The language is specific, I believe, to fire apparatus and fire response. And the incident in question actually did originate with fire. It was the fire department that initially responded and notified Public Works. Although that is, just a tiny portion of the response costs associated with it, but it is something for us to explore. But at face value, I don't believe we have the ability to include the district Public Works vehicles within the response, but we'd have to seek some probably legal counsel on that or support from corporate services.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton. Anything else? No. I think that concludes the questions portion of this. So are there any members of the public who wish to talk to council about these changes or proposed changes to the Modernization of Fire Services bylaws and associated amendments? If so, I just ask that you raise your hand either in the app or in the room at this time. Okay, I don't see any members of the public wishing to talk to council. So I'm going to bring it back to this table. We need to start off with the motion to receive.
Motion to receive, Your
Moved
Worship.
and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries.
So I would move, Your Worship, that fire prevention and life safety bylaw number 4919, 2025 be read a first and second time initially, Your Worship, or
Correct. Yeah,
first and second time?
Thank
Your
you.
Worship.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion or questions at this time are both in order? Don't see any, so I'm going to call the question on first and second reading. All those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? And third reading?
Then I would move that fire prevention and life safety bylaw number 4919, 2025 be read a third time, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? That will come back for adoption at a future meeting. We move then to the second recommendation.
Your Worship, I would move that fire services operational bylaw number 4920, 2025 be read a first and second time.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Any discussion on those? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed.
Your Worship, I would move that fire services operational bylaw number 4920, 2025 be read a third time.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That will come back for consideration of adoption at a future meeting. And
Your Worship, I would move that municipal ticket information bylaw number 4846, 2023, amendment bylaw number 4921 be read a first and second time.
thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
Your Worship, I would move that municipal ticket information bylaw number 4846, 2023, amendment bylaw number 4921 be read a third time.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? It'll come back for consideration of adoption. And that's it for that item. Thank you very much, Chief McDonald. And thank you for getting that all in and done on time as required by the requirements for the province as well. Moving to section 10, we are here for the primary portion of the item this evening, which is the engagement summary and recommendations for official community plan and zoning bylaw update. We have with us Mr. Bowl. You're going to introduce, please, Mr. Brown. Please go ahead, Mr. Bowl.
Yeah.
And for those in the public audience online and in person, Mr. Bowl is our Director of Community Building and Planning. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to take a moment before we ask for the presentation to introduce Mr. Colin Brown here, our new Senior Planning Housing Policy. And tonight we're here also with our consultants who are online to brief you on the engagement summary and recommendations for next steps for the OCP. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Brown. It's nice to have you in the room. And yeah, we move. So are you providing the introduction to the consultants?
I am.
Well, welcome. Nice to have you in the room.
Right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I did have an opportunity to meet most of you during our engagement events, but it's good to be here all together. So we are pleased to be here tonight to present the engagement summary and land use recommendations for the OCP and zoning bylaw update project. So before we go too far, our first slide is just a heartfelt thank you to the community for coming out. About 500 people over the four events, many of whom came to see us multiple times. Over 800 questionnaire submissions, which was really great, and a really wide variation of opinions. Many in support of the housing work that we're undertaking, but also some with some significant concerns about the process that we're undertaking. What I like to say is, generally speaking, when you have a turnout like this, the common theme is they all care about the community. They all love Oak Bay, and they want to make sure that whatever happens is done in the right way. There we go. So the main purpose for us being here tonight are number one, to present the engagement results, but also to bring some early recommendations for the OCP update and for the zoning bylaw update. And these are meant to be an early touch point, an attempt to start to connect the dots from the background work that has gone into the engagement results, and then putting those together into some early direction. We also want to emphasize this is by far our work in progress. This is more of a starting point than an end point, and it will be really helpful for us to get council's input and guidance as we go into a really heavy 6 weeks of work to get a draft done. And then we'll touch on some next steps at the end. And so with that, I will turn it over to Rob Bars and True Taylor, who are online.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. My name is True Taylor, and I'm a planner with Modus Planning, Design, and Engagement. And I'm here with my colleagues, Rob Bars and Janelle Elmore. And we are, as Ms. Brown said, supporting the district with both the OCP and zoning bylaw update. I'll start out by just giving a brief recap of this last round of engagement, and then I'll pass it over to Rob, who will present the proposed land use recommendations that came out of what we heard from both interest holders and the broader community. And I do acknowledge in advance that we'll go through this presentation pretty quickly just to save ample time for discussion. So please refer to the agenda package for all of the detailed content on the public engagement results and our proposed recommendations. If we go to the next slide, this gives a bit of an overview of phase 2 of our engagement, which took place between May and June this year. And that really focused on gathering feedback to inform both the OCP and the zoning bylaw. This included areas for new housing and commercial uses, ideas and preferences for community design, and ideas for climate action and sustainability. On the next slide, you'll see an overview of who we heard from most often through the optional demographic questions in the public survey and at the event. Most respondents live in Oak Bay, particularly in South Oak Bay, North Oak Bay, and Henderson neighborhoods. Most respondents also own their own home and were between the ages of 45 and 74. Stakeholders who submitted written comments had particular interest in health, environment, and climate action, development, as well as community services and amenities. And if we go to the next slide, In both the survey and community workshops, we asked participants about their priorities for growth. And this included neighborhood look and feel, community amenities, environmental protection, efficient use of existing infrastructure, and diversity in types of homes. Next slide, please. We also asked about preferred locations for different types of housing. Generally, we heard higher level of support for infill and townhouses, with some support for multi-story residential between 3 to 6 stories in certain locations. No change from the current neighborhood was most often selected in the neighborhoods of South Oak Bay, North Oak Bay, Harling Point, and Esteban neighborhood. And townhomes were most supported along corridors and village commercial nodes. And if we go to the next slide, please. When asked about support for apartments, participants preferred 3 to 4 story apartments overall, but particularly around village and commercial nodes. Housing over 6 stories was most preferred at Camosun College and the University of Victoria Cedar Hill Corner site. The next slide summarizes preference of location for a new commercial. And with that, we heard a higher level of support for mixed-use development and a lower level of support for other commercial uses such as offices or services. In the questionnaire and at community events, we heard ideas to locate all types of commercial uses in locations like Oak Bay Village and at Camosun College and the University of Victoria lands. And if we go to the next slide, please. The neighborhood commercial areas most often selected for no change included Central Avenue and St. Patrick Street, and the commercial area around Newport Avenue and Windsor Road. And when asked about home-based businesses, about half of the survey respondents agreed or strongly agreed with increasing opportunities for home-based businesses generally. And on the next slide, you'll see the feedback that we received for each of the 3 land use scenarios we presented at the community events. These were intended to show possible ways Oak Bay could meet the provincial housing mandate. And we asked participants to indicate their level of preference, ranging from strongly prefer, prefer, neutral, slightly prefer, do not prefer, and not sure. Scenario C, concentrated village growth, received the most support. And there was mixed support for scenario A, transit-oriented growth, and the least amount of support for scenario B, distributed growth. On the next slide, participants shared their preferences related to community design of houses, which included support for infill, coach homes, and townhomes. There was also an emphasis on the transitions between small-scale multi-unit housing and multi-story development across neighborhoods. There was also a desire for outdoor play and communal spaces, development that fit with the existing neighborhood, and tree protection. And the next slide shows the preferences for community design of commercial spaces, which highlighted support for 3 to 4 stories of mixed-use development in commercial areas and pedestrian-friendly public spaces. And finally, we asked participants at the community events what is important to them regarding climate action and sustainability. We heard about the need to protect and enhance tree canopy, green space and biodiversity, to improve green building standards, and to reduce car dependency. So with that brief summary, I'll turn it over to Rob, who will present the OCP recommendations that we developed in response to this feedback, as well as informed by our background in planning analysis.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Bars.
Thank you, True, and thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. So I'm going to be presenting some land use recommendations, both for the OCP update and, if time, for the zoning bylaw as well. And as you know, all of these recommendations are included in your council package this evening. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the purpose of the recommendations tonight is to guide the next phase of work to draft the update to the OCP and the zoning bylaw. And it is for council's consideration, so we're looking forward to your feedback. In the package and the staff report tonight, you'll see we've actually assigned a priority level to the recommendations. These are not in the slides that you'll see now, but they are in your package. And priority 1 are those recommendations that we feel are required by the province. Priority 2 are those that we're strongly recommending as necessary for this next phase of work on the update. And priority 3 are recommended, but not necessary for the next phase of work. So they could be for further study or further analysis that could come later. Next slide, please. So just a little orientation for each one of these slides. On the left-hand side, we have our justification for the recommendation, and also a very brief summary of the engagement results that relate to the recommendation. I'm not going to talk to those in the interest of time, because we want to get through this fairly quickly so you have time for questions. So I'm just going to focus on the recommendations themselves, but on each slide, you'll see that justification and the engagement results. So the first recommendation is really just to emphasize the need for new housing and the key goal of the OCP and zoning bylaw update to address the identified housing need in Oak Bay, which, as you know, is 3,761 units over the next 20 years, and to create a land use framework that can realistically deliver that housing need. So our first recommendation to emphasize that the district is required by the province to reflect that 20-year housing need in its OCP and zoning bylaw. Next one, please. The second one is to support the concept of healthy and complete communities through the updates. And to do this, we're recommending to designate most of the new housing near to the mixed-use villages of Oak Bay and where there are transit corridors. And this would be in addition to the infill housing in established neighborhoods that was approved last June through the small-scale multi-use housing updates. We also recommend to continue to work with BC Transit to improve the frequency, reliability, and integration with other modes of the bus service in Oak Bay, and then also to manage parking to ensure viable forms of housing development and encourage alternative modes of transportation. And these were all things that we heard many comments on throughout the public engagement process. Next one, please. As you know, there are two fairly large sites owned by institutional landowners, UVic, Cedar Hill Corners, and Camosun College, and both have a strong interest in developing mixed-use communities on those sites. So we recommend supporting and actively participating in the process to develop those mixed-use communities. And those communities to include kind of a mix of different densities of housing, including townhouses, low-rise apartments of 4 to 6 stories, and also exploring the potential benefit of some housing that's over 6 stories as well. And we recommend working with these institutions to align their developments with the community priorities for housing, for design quality, sustainability, and amenities. Next one, please. The other set of recommendations are around growth in village areas, corridors, and nodes. And as True said, there was a lot of support for the scenario C, the village-based growth scenario, and also quite strong support for scenario A, the transit corridor growth scenario. So we're recommending that the new land use plan designates lands within a roughly 5-minute walk of Oak Bay Village and Estevan Village for a mix of multi-unit housing up to about 4 stories. We're recommending considering apartments up to 6 stories in areas adjacent to Oak Bay Village and at the Camosun College and University of Victoria lands, and select these locations where context, amenities, and infrastructure support such density. So not 6 stories across the board, but in select locations within those areas. We're recommending that other neighborhood commercial nodes be designated for residential and mixed-use development up to about 3 and 4 stories, and include some townhouses as well. So, a lower level of housing. And then give further consideration to the appropriate densities for the Windsor Park area and South Oak Bay areas. And these were areas that we'd identified as possibilities in the scenarios, but we heard very mixed comments. So we'd like to spend some more time considering those comments and what the appropriate level of housing is in those areas.
Mr. Bars, I'm just kind of thinking in the interest of sort of managing our time well this evening, there's a lot of recommendations, and I don't think we have time to go through all of them and then circle back and then go through them again with questions. So I think I'm going to make a presumption here. I know council's read through this in detail and probably has a number of questions that they'd like to ask and get to that. Is there anything that you'd like to maybe go to the end of the slides, and we'll come back to the slides as we walk through it, that might summarize, and then I can take any questions, and we can go to the public for comment before coming back to this table.
Well, apart from what I've just said, I think it's worth emphasizing that in most of the rest of the community, we are suggesting keeping the status quo. And that's actually my next slide. So maybe worth just finishing there. The reason for that is, of course, there is already the small-scale multi-use housing allowance across most of the neighborhoods in Oak Bay, and we feel it's appropriate to let that play out, especially given the comments.
You're welcome to walk through that one slide if you wish, and then anything else you wish to kind of touch on before we go to questions?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Next slide. Oh, this was just the end of the village areas, corridors, and nodes slide. I would like to just say, at the intersection of Cadborough Bay and Foul Bay Road, we did hear quite strong support for multi-unit housing of a higher level, up to 6 stories, and even higher than 6 stories in some cases. So that might be an area where council wants to consider a kind of higher density node for multi-unit housing. And then the next slide was the one on status quo in most neighborhoods, reflecting the comments that we heard through public engagement. And then the other thing I'll just say quickly is, very strong support for strong kind of design, control, and management, either through the zoning bylaw or through development permit areas, especially for multi-unit housing, but also some concerns about the form and character of infill, small-scale multi-unit housing as well. So we've offered a couple of options for managing design quality and the transition of adjacencies through development permit areas or through provisions within the zoning bylaw. So I think I'll leave it there, yeah, happy to entertain some questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Bars, and I appreciate the effort going into these slides. I think, as I say, we'll walk through them. I just want to give a chance for us to meaningfully walk through them and get to them with questions. So before we go to the specific, as we walk through the slides and get to specific questions, are there any sort of general purpose questions or other things that council wishes to ask of the consultants or staff? Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, and through you to the consultants and staff, thank you very much for the presentation and for the report. I have specific questions, but I do have two that are more general, and they're the questions of definition, and I wondered how you were defining these terms. One was well-fitting development. How do you define well-fitting development? That was the first one. The other was putting diverse and affordable together in terms of housing in Oak Bay. So I think I'm struggling with the word affordable. And I don't believe affordable and diverse are synonymous, obviously, but I think we have to be careful when we refer to affordable housing. I think we need to define what we mean in this community particularly. And then just generally, we had a couple of pieces of correspondence, one from Reconciliation Oak Bay Network, asking us about the use of public lands and
Can I
consultation.
take the questions one at a time? I think it's just
Okay,
fair.
all right.
So the first question was around what is a good fit? Is that
To define well-fitting development.
Start with a hard one. I don't know if I should go to the staff or to the, go ahead to the consultants.
I'm happy to attempt an answer at that one. Through you,
Mr. Bars.
Your Worship. We did hear a lot of comments through the public engagement period about the character of Oak Bay, the heritage, the quality of the public realm, street trees, the beauty of the place, and it's something that really resonates with people, and something that folks are very concerned about. So, of course, as we redevelop lots and replace existing housing with some higher density housing, there are impacts to quality. And so our intent is to try and manage that as carefully as possible while not unduly impeding development viability. And it is a tricky balance, to be frank. And so one of the ways that we can do that is kind of managing the scale and form of adjacent development. So we can do that through the land use designations by how we create adjacencies of those land use designations, and also the adjacencies of different types of zones. And so kind of managing transitions is one approach that we can take. There are also things that we can do, and you've already done through the small scale multi-unit housing updates, to manage landscaped open space, manage tree retention, and manage how parking and driveway access are incorporated onto the lots. So it's kind of a careful balance of trying to maintain design quality and the adjacency of form and massing, while also trying to allow an appropriate level of new development within the community.
Please continue with your questions, Councillor Green. Your microphone's not on, yeah, but yeah, just you touched on, I think you said there was a discussion around First Nations pieces and heritage. If you, just to go, we'll go to questions on those if you wish to ask them. Your microphone.
Thank you. I did have a second question. On page 35 of the presentation around Phase 3 engagement, and if I could just ask, there was a recommendation that the APC, so the Advisory Planning Commission and the Advisory Design Panel, be included in Phase 3 engagement. And my question is, would it be possible to also include the Rec Commission and the Heritage Commission in those engagement pieces? Because I think the official community plan is very broad. I think each of our commissions and committees should have access to that Phase 3 engagement. Thank you.
I'm going to turn to staff. Mr. Bull, if you wish to hand it off, please do so.
Thank you. For you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that could be added if that's council's desire, but we would probably, practically, we can provide the same report and update by staff to those commissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll leave my questions. Well, the only other two were regarding First Nations consultation and the Heritage Foundation concerns about consultation around heritage areas and so on.
Thank you. So going to questions at this time, members of council. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart, and then Braithwaite.
Thank you. Let me know if these questions are not general enough, if you were kind of wanting general before specific. It's hard for me to start from those. Through you, Mayor.
Say that all, just for the record, I think any questions are fine. I just, I don't want to go through like in minutiae at this point. I think it's easier for all of us if we're talking to the points one by one, if there's something there. So, but go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thanks. Through you, Mayor, my question is with regards to subdivision of lots, where previously we had policy that supported subdivisions of lot for infill housing, and since then we have now had a provincial housing mandate that has brought up a lot of concerns in the community over a lot not only having 4 units on it, but potentially 8 if it is subdivided. And I'm wondering how this OCP document, and looking at the recommendations, I'm wondering how the community feedback that has been received so far and will be received in September will help guide council at the table as to decisions with regards to potential subdivisions. And I guess particularly when I see maintain status quo for neighborhoods, I'm just wondering if at this point it could be clarified what direction is being recommended with regards to subdivision in the community, and what is still kind of open. Thank you.
I'm not sure who to give that over to. Do you want to give it to Mr. Bull, and then you can hand it off if you wish. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think the subdivision, I'm assuming the subdivisions Councillor is referring to are in the infill housing areas. And then I think in those areas we intend not to propose further changes. There's one exception, and that has to do with what to do with the form and character development permit areas and the guidelines that relate to that. It's not directly applicable to subdivisions necessarily. But in short, the current framework is we don't have a recommendation to make specific changes to subdivisions in infill housing areas. Thank you.
Smart.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mayor, to staff or the consultant. Many residents have written in to highlight the importance of reconciliation, and Councillor Green touched on this already. But in looking at the recommendations, I didn't specifically see adding a element of how our OCP will help shape the future in our community by respecting and building on our Indigenous heritage. And I wondered if I potentially missed it in the recommendations, or if it would require potential council direction if it was felt by council to add that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Smart. Recognizing this is a limited OCP update, I don't know if that was included as part of our original direction. So, Mr. Bull.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yes, we don't have a specific recommendation on that because the recommendations are very much focused on housing. But it is a topic that needs to be addressed in an updated OCP, and we'll have to have a further look at it. We have some comments today in a submission from the Reconciliation Group, but we also have reached out to the two nations, inviting them and asking them how they would like to be involved, if they want to be involved. So that might also inform those kind of potential policies for the OCP. Thank you.
Mr. Bull, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I appreciate those answers. I'm gathering from that sounds like it's in progress, which is great. My next question is with regards to just, again, the fifth recommendation on maintaining status quo in neighborhoods versus the comment of complete communities, and trying to reconcile those two things. So for an example, I guess I'm wondering, would our OCP, if we're looking at status quo, not likely support things like new corner stores and coffee shops in existing residential neighborhoods? As an example, if there could be a little bit of comment towards this status quo versus moving towards complete communities, because I'm having trouble looking at those two goals and seeing how they work together. Thank you.
Over to the Modus Group, Mr. Bars.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Our main intent with the complete communities and healthy communities comment was to emphasize the need to cluster new housing around existing retail and amenities. So you've got a number of existing village areas, which are fantastic in Oak Bay, and by further clustering housing around those areas, we feel that we could create more walkable and healthy communities, because people will have walkable access to those amenities. And similarly, along transit corridors, where the transit corridors where there's a frequent bus service, by clustering housing along those bus corridors, giving people more reliable access to bus service, which doesn't, of course, mean that everyone will use it, but hopefully people will be more likely to use it. The idea of putting corner stores in some existing neighborhoods is something that, there were a few comments from the public engagement on that. And I think it is worth having a look at that in a limited way, where there may be opportunities for small corner stores in existing neighborhoods. So I don't think we're opposed to that idea. It's just not a strong recommendation that we've included at this point.
Great. Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Yes, just a couple more. Thanks for your patience. My next question through you, Mayor, is how will we be potentially proactively reacting with a design response to the tsunami inundation zones? Again, I saw a lot of things under the integrate climate and sustainability goals, but I'm not sure if I specifically saw anything about tsunami inundation zones, and I wondered if that was going to be part of the OCP. Thank you.
Mr. Bowl or Mr. Brown? Who am I giving this to? Mr. Green, you reach for the microphone. You're on the hook.
Yeah, I will, through your worship, I'll try to attempt to answer that question. I guess that's not specifically part of this update. We're not proposing any new development permit areas or a flood construction level bylaw. I think we would need to have that as an implementation item in this update that talks about doing further analysis to do further analysis based on the regional tsunami study that was done a couple of years ago by Associated Engineering, and taking that work and understanding what it may mean for Oak Bay at the local level from the regional level.
Councillor Smart.
Thank you, through Mayor. Just one last question. Just with regards to the specifically the 3 to 4 stories in village centres, just to overgeneralize, I'm just wondering about how much economic viability has been studied, particularly potentially with discussions with the development community to see if we potentially go forward and say we really like the character of 3 to 4 stories for our village centres. But with the new seismic codes, it means that it's not going to be economically viable, and we're not going to have anyone come to the table to actually build these communities that we're designing. How much work has been done and how much work will be done to take into consideration the economics of what is being proposed, and are we setting ourselves up in a situation where we're likely going to actually get traction in the development community to build what we want? Thank you.
Over to Mr. Bars.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. We've been working with subconsultant Mulholland Parker to do a viability analysis of different sites in Oak Bay. So what we've done is selected it was about 20 different test sites that we looked at, and we looked at them for various levels of density. And of course, there's a variety of kind of existing conditions that we have to test for, where some lots have single family homes on them, some lots have multifamily, some lots have duplexes, etc. So lots of kind of variety. But the good news is that the forms that we tested, there was a broad degree of viability to the proposed levels of density that we're looking at here. Which doesn't mean in all cases that 3 and 4 story will be viable. In some cases it won't, but there were enough sites where we felt like there's viability there for that kind of form of development. The caveat being that parking, as you have probably heard a number of times, impacts the viability of these kinds of developments. And so if you're forcing kind of an underground form of concrete parking structure, it really does impact the viability of these kinds of forms. So we need to manage the parking rates for these forms of development to get it to the point where most of the parking can be managed on the surface, and then there is a good deal of viability. I think if we can allow in certain locations 6-story, 5 and 6-story development, you'll be able to, there'll be a high level of viability, and it will also allow you to potentially secure some affordable housing contributions as well, or amenity contributions as well.
Thank you. All right, I have next Councillor Braithwaite, and then Apple, and then Watson, and then.
Thanks so much, Mayor. A lot of my questions have been asked, so I'll ask one question so that we can move on to others. I'm looking at page 21 on the presentation, the growth in village areas, corridors, and nodes. And it's the very first point says develop a new OCP land use plan that designates lands within less than a 5-minute walk of Oak Bay Village and Estevan Village for a mix of multi-unit housing up to 4 stories. So village-based to me means, for example, along Oak Bay Avenue or along Estevan Avenue. And what I'm reading here is that within a 5-minute walk of Oak Bay Avenue and a 5-minute walk of Estevan Avenue, we could have a whole slew of buildings that would be up to 4 stories. Now, when you look at the distance between Estevan Avenue and Oak Bay Avenue, it's not that much. If you go 5 minutes one way and 5 minutes the other way, it's going to take up that whole neighborhood. I mean, I walk that all the time. So I'm wondering, is it really that we would have I mean, a 5-minute walk from Oak Bay Avenue encompasses quite a bit of space. So is that really what we're saying here, is that we would allow that to happen?
I'll hand it over to the consultant, Mr. Bars, just maybe clarify that language.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I mean, a 5-minute walk is a kind of standard metric for how far people will typically walk to go to local service amenities, local shops, which is why we've suggested looking at that. You know, beyond that kind of distance, people tend to drive or tend to want to jump on a bus or a taxi or something. So it's an important metric that we use in planning and urban design. Right now, we still have work to do on the specifics of where these increased densities and changes of designation happen. So we're trying to identify kind of broad areas where we think increased density would be appropriate. So right now we don't want to commit to a certain area or a specific location before we've really done the work to look at that in more detail. So it is an approximate metric. We think it's a useful one. Yes, it's quite a big area, but remembering, there is a fair bit of density or a fair number of, housing units that are required over 20 years. We need to designate quite a bit more land than we think is necessary, because not every unit or every lot will redevelop in that 20 years. There will be variations in viability. So it's very unlikely we will see the whole area redeveloped. What we'll see is kind of a patchwork within that area. And we think, those kinds of areas within 5-minute walk of key retail centers are the appropriate locations to do that.
Thank you. I do find that one a little bit hard to swallow, but thank you.
All right, I'll move on then to Councillor Appleton, then Watson, then Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions. Just with respect to component 5, which is maintaining the status quo, and I really understand the rationale for this, and obviously the public feedback supports sort of continuing with small-scale multi-unit housing primarily through this. But one of the things that I have kept in my mind as well, and this is also supported through this most recent round of engagement, is that in the previous infill housing strategy done for the district, various things, this was before the provincial the provincial directive came into place and before small scale multi-unit was brought into place, various things were proposed to the public at that time, and most larger scale forms were not very well supported, as has been evidenced here, except in certain locations. But one of the housing forms that was supported fairly significantly in the infill housing strategy was townhouses, and the idea of townhouses as an infill form for existing residential designated zones. And townhouses come up in this report as gaining fairly broad support, and are also referenced specifically as being a good housing type for certain areas of the district with respect to transit-oriented development, etc. But I've got a little bit of a concern about having status quo, essentially basically saying do not alter OCP land use designations in most neighborhoods outside of the village and the village corridor area. This may be partially a question for staff and partially a question for the consultant, but could we not leave the door open for some kind of broad-based pre-zoning scheme, perhaps based on some type of lot size or a particular location, to leave the option open for specifically a townhouse housing form in the existing small-scale multi-unit housing milieu? So, and that isn't going to add maybe a huge number of homes, but there's a degree of finality in terms of maintaining status quo in number 5 that I think we should try to maybe include some of the options that the community told us not that long ago as part of the infill housing strategy that we might want to consider. So is that something that we can have as a place marker? Do we need to edit to add that? How would we consider such a thing?
Sure. Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll start, and maybe if the consultants have to add, or my colleagues. I think I do want to make it clear that townhouses are included in our info housing program, and up to 4 as it stands right now, 4 per lot. And if you add more parcels, you could add up the numbers that way. It's still probably a lower density than typical townhouse density, that is true. And townhouses are looked at in the corridors. That's one of the specific areas we're looking at. But in response to the question, yeah, there could be, we could explore that in addition to the directions that we have specified, to see if there are other options across the district. That could be additional direction that council could give to us. But based on the recommendation we have formulated for you, in combination with the info housing program that was installed, or what's it called, established last year, we do think we have enough options to work with in the coming times. But of course, this is in front of you to provide your direction. So I'm not sure if anybody has anything to add, but that would be my commentary. Thanks.
Yeah. Any other comments, Mr. Bars? Is that satisfactory from your perspective?
I would echo the comments that Mr. Ball has made, and just add that I think townhouses are a very appropriate and important form of family housing for a community like Oak Bay, and provide a measure of affordability. Still not deeply affordable, of course, but a measure of affordability compared with the single family forms of housing. And can provide quite a good fit within existing neighborhoods. So I think we do support the idea of townhousing, and through the 4 lots per unit. And if council wishes, we'd be pleased to explore further options on maybe some of the larger lots in Oak Bay as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Upton, another?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just a couple of other quick questions. And I appreciate that response. I would be interested in exploring that type of idea. Just with respect to under item 4 here, there's a little bit of clarification needed, just because item 4 specifically talks about the designating lands within the 5-minute walk of the village. Then later, just down below at the last point under here, it just talks about giving further consideration to the appropriate densities for Windsor Park area and South Oak Bay due to the varied comments for these locations. And I understand that somewhat conflicts with 5-minute walk from Oak Bay Village, because a good chunk of South, or at least a portion of Oak Bay Village, is south of the village, is within South Oak Bay. So there's a little bit, maybe you could just comment on sort of how those two things align with each other or don't.
Go ahead, Mr. Bars.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you for that question. As you know, in the scenarios that we presented, the area around Windsor Park was proposed as for higher density forms of development, but we did hear a lot of comments back through the public engagement, concerns both with the with placing density kind of around the park and its impact on the park, but also the concerns around the tsunami and flood risk that was raised earlier. So this is why for Windsor Park we want to take a bit of a closer look at that and come back with a more considered recommendation for that area. And then when we're talking about South Oak Bay generally, I think yes, we want to continue to make the recommendation of increasing the opportunities around Oak Bay Avenue. But as we get further south, there were more concerns and more comments about kind of maintaining the existing density. So it is nuanced, and obviously with this next phase of work, we want to we'll be coming up with a more nuanced land use plan and bringing that back for your consideration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one final question, and this is probably engineering, so I apologize, but I will ask staff and we'll see. But I'm just talking about component 10 here, which is on pre-zoning to meeting housing objectives, and one of the longer-term recommendations here included is to conduct further work on infrastructure capacity, amenity proximity, development viability, these types of things. This would seem to be a component of work from planning, working in conjunction with engineering. Is wonder whether there's a broad comment that staff would be prepared to make, just to saying how far do we feel like we are on this? Like what kinds of specific information would inform when we say amenity proximity and development viability, what would we need to know in order to do those things? What type of work would be implicit in that? And again, that may be an engineering question, but I will ask it here. Thank you, Worship.
Sure. I might hand it over to Mr. Green, and then we go to somebody else. Go ahead.
Through your worship, obviously we've been working closely with engineering, and once we have refined the land use framework or developed that land use framework, we'll be working closely with our colleagues in engineering to see if there are any showstoppers or whether there's any specific policies that would need to be included in the OCP to ensure that those issues are addressed, and to acknowledging that we won't have all the information as part of this OCP, and it might still be when applicants submit development permits or building permits that those issues will still need to be addressed if those sites are then pre-zoned through this process.
Thank you. Councillor Upton.
I appreciate that, Your Worship. Yeah, and just to that point, I think it's really what I heard from residents, and I think what's written up in here is people really want to see that we're and I know that we are, so we're really signaling to the community that we're doing our homework as far as saying where we're going to add density and where we're going to add these types of housing forms, that we have the infrastructure or know what we need to know about infrastructure in order to support it. People have been raising that issue repeatedly. I know we've done a lot of good work in that regard, so that's just my sense check on that point. And that's it for my questions, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. I now turn to, Councillor Watson, then Patterson. Then I'll go to myself, and then Green for a second time, and then I'll probably best to turn to the public if there's any additional comments, if we come back to this table. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. First to Mr. Bars, I would like to go back to the idea of the 5-minute walk. And I just would ask if you could comment, please, on that concept, which is willingness to walk to, versus the 15-minute city concept, which members of the public are also aware of, for compact, complete communities. And what's really the distinction there between that 15-minute measurement and this 5-minute measurement? I know you don't talk about the 15-minute in the report, but I am curious because it is a familiar concept.
Mr. Bars?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. The concept of the 15-minute city is really thinking about a fully complete community. So within that 15-minute radius of walking and to a certain extent cycling within 15 minutes, can I access all of my daily, weekly needs? We can't pretend and hope to do that within a 5-minute walk. And it is a very large area. 15-minute city, is probably more like a 1.5 kilometers or more radius. So a huge area that would take up most of Oak Bay. It's still a useful concept, I think, and is used to try and encourage people to think about, how can we provide all of those daily and weekly and monthly needs within a community so that people don't have to travel long distances to access those. Now, when we're talking about a 5-minute walk, we're really thinking about those more immediate daily needs of the schools that folks go to, the daily needs for shopping, corner stores, grocery stores, and amenities that are used on a regular basis. So it's a related, but it's a difference in scale of the concept. And so when we're talking about 5 minutes, we're talking about the distance that most people will walk for some of those daily needs.
Thank you. I think my next question is actually, and I hope it's at a high enough level, but it's to staff probably, and it's around the idea of setting targets for building retrofits in terms of environmental sustainability. And I wondered, in setting targets alone, what would be achieved by just setting a target without other things to help promote or incentivize that behavior?
Mr. Bars?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So in the recommendations, we've identified kind of two aspects to this. One is a broad long-term greenhouse gas reduction target that aligns with your neighboring municipalities, which is net zero by 2050. So that's very much an aspirational, fairly long-term, only 25 years now, target. And we think it's appropriate to have that kind of high-level aspirational target. But at the same time, we also feel it's important to do the bottom-up work of really figuring out what does Oak Bay need to do to reach that target, or to reach maybe some more modest targets as well. As you know, none of this work is easily achieved, whether it's building emission reductions, or it's transportation reductions, or it's waste related. And as part of the ongoing climate action plan, we think it's appropriate to really burrow down into those specific areas of transportation, waste, and buildings, and figure out what's realistic for Oak Bay and what do you have to do in terms of policy or program support in order to achieve some more tangible sector-specific targets.
Thank you. I have a couple more, sort of, and I hope they're general enough. And it relates to, preserving rental tenures in Oak Bay, with the suggestion that we pre-zone to maintain a variety of tenures, including rentals. But maybe this is for, I don't know, it's just, I'm wondering if just doing that is enough if we wanted to add tenant protections, and if tenant protections, which often do follow when municipalities use them, is that something that's handled outside of any planning process and it becomes part of a negotiation on a development? And that question may be really more for staff than it is for the consultant.
Sure. Give it to Mr. Bull. Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, let me see. Those are two, in our view, would be two different things. Rental zoning would probably reduce any interest or pressure to redevelop existing older rental housing. We know anecdotally that some of the stock has been changing hands, so whereas it has been held for a long time by the same owners, so that increases the risk of renewal. Then tenant assistance and tenant protection bylaws are more geared to when redevelopment does happen and there's a rezoning. It's kind of how it's used in the past. Not quite sure how it will be used in the future, but that's a question for later. But that's more dealing with actual redevelopment rather than trying to keep the rental housing as is. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, it's not something that would ever be addressed in a zoning bylaw per se. It would be a separate thing that may be part of your permitting procedures or application procedures on the development front.
Mr. Bull, there could be some rental zoning. There's rental specific zoning available, but Mr. Green or Mr. Bull? Mr. Green?
I would think it would be a tenant assistance policy that would come to council first for endorsement, and then the staff would use that policy then when we are negotiating on a redevelopment to ensure that those tenants are protected, or that they have certain provisions in place for when that building is redeveloped.
Thank you. And just one final question, and probably also for staff, and it has to do with pre-zoning. Again, specifically, we received some input or suggestions from nonprofit Anglican Church, the Anglican Diocese, around pre-zoning to protect or to allow, where did I write down, air rights leasing and multi-use developments as of right on their property. And is the notion is quite. The other pre-zoning that's being discussed is very generic. Is that kind of suggestion way too specific to be addressed in this particular round of analysis for the OCP?
I might say Mr. Bars, sorry.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. I'm glad you raised it. It is one of our recommendations to look at institutional lands, and church lands would be one type of institutional lands that we would look at. And we do think there are significant opportunities on institutional lands, whether they be municipal-owned lands or church-owned lands, or maybe some other forms of institution for new housing. So we're recommending both to apply a mixed-use designation to those lands that would allow both the institutional use to continue, but also some multi-unit housing development to happen on those lands, and probably to look at zoning those lands for a similar purpose as well.
Thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Watson, I have Councillor Patterson, then I'll go to Councillor Green for a second time, and then I do want to get to the public for any additional comments. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I guess this one is for Mr. Barr, but perhaps for our staff also. On page 7 of the report, it says policies are needed to support a mix of tenure and building types that are affordable for intended residents. And I'm just wondering if you could clarify if we actually have a statement on intended residents. Like, are we using census data from Canada Stat? Like, who are we defining them for? Because typically we know that we've got an aging population here and it's generally been retirees. So.
Let's see, Mr. Barr is looking for that reference. Do you see it there, Mr. Bars, or do you want more specific of location?
A specific location would be helpful. I'm not sure if it's in the staff report or in the slides. Could you clarify, please?
Councillor Patterson, is it in the slides or in the
it
report?
was page 7 of the report, I think it was. I'm just going to go back and look here.
So page 7 of the staff report or of the...
7 of the staff report, I believe.
Okay, page 7 of the staff report. Thank you for that. Thank you. It's hard to find. It's a very big report, so I want to make sure we're on this.
I'm afraid I've temporarily lost the link, Your Worship, to the staff report, so I'm going to have to find it again. It is possible that Mr. Brown could address the question while I'm looking for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Brown, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is really to cover off the spectrum of what we would consider non-market housing, perhaps going back to the previous question about diverse housing. So it could refer to something like a co-op housing or something, special needs housing that intended for seniors or for a different group, right, would be the intended residents with that. The various different forms. It could be rental, it could be strata, it could be some kind of care facility. But in this case, it would be intended for a specific group of residents.
Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. That does clarify it a bit. And then the other question, most of my questions have been answered, thank you. But the other question was, of course, using municipal lands. And it does talk about using land that is presently golf courses. Now it is listed beside affordable or lower cost housing options, and but I don't know if that's specific to the golf course uses, and I don't know if it's housing on the golf course with the golf course still there, or if it means, in fact, reutilizing golf course lands for affordable housing.
Sure. I did notice it's phase 3 of the report in terms of those pieces, so not necessarily included in this OCP, but flagging institutional lands in general. Mr. Bars?
Yeah, through the public engagement, Your Worship, we did hear a number of comments that the golf courses are obviously large pieces of land, and we should at least explore the potential for housing, including affordable housing, on those lands. To be frank, we haven't gone a long way in kind of thinking about that and developing a really robust recommendation or thought around it, but it does seem to be just one potential option that we should take a look at in the next phase of work. So, yeah, that's all I can really say about it at this point.
Councillor Patterson? All right, I'll just keep my questions short, and then I really want to touch them on. They're in the middle. So I guess I want to follow up on a question of Councillor Appleton's, just for my clarity of the response. Is there ability and I think I read it in the report, as we're setting the priority, or I think it was touched on in the zoning, that we might pre-zone some areas that were more ready for development and might hold off a bit where maybe engineering lags? And so maybe to Mr. Barr, I just want to make sure that was sort of my understanding, that the engineering readiness of the underground infrastructure can weigh in, maybe not on the broader policy, but on the actual pre-zoning areas. Did I read that correctly?
That's exactly right, Your Worship.
Okay.
And so while we might designate larger areas of land in the OCP for additional housing, we might not pre-zone all of those areas at one time. It is 20 years is a long time period, and very much the infrastructure readiness is our primary consideration there. We don't want to be pre-zoning lands where there's going to be a huge cost for the district to improve infrastructure.
Thank you for that. The other question I had was just around things that aren't in the report, and I'm just curious if there was, we've seen some land acquisition and probably accumulation along Beach Drive between between the marina and where the golf course is, and we had some comments, I know, during the piece there about possible higher density on Henderson where it backs onto the playing fields. And also there's been talk over time about maybe looking at linking the commercial centers a little bit more naturally between the Oak Bay Village and the commercial center at Windsor and then the commercial center at the marina. Are there any other areas like those that we might want us to talk to or have some understanding of why they weren't talked to in these recommendations? I'll go to Mr. Bars.
Yes, Your Worship. So the area along Henderson that you're referring to absolutely was an area that was there was quite a lot of interest in. You'll recall we had the modeling exercise at the open houses, and there was quite a lot of interest in exploring higher density along that part of Henderson, as well as most of Foul Bay Road as well. So that corridor, is one of the areas where we would think there is where it is appropriate to explore those 4 and potentially 6-story forms, as well as townhouses. So that's one of them. In these areas between villages and between Cabrevay Village and Estevan Village, as an example, there was also some interest in kind of joining up the villages, if you like, with some slightly higher density along that corridor. Those areas are, I feel, kind of within our recommendations. They're not specified. The recommendation is not really specific in those terms. But
okay, thank you. That's good. I think that's sufficient for my thing. But the other one I mentioned was just along Beach Drive. And I just raise it because there's been interest in acquisition of land. So I always think these are the opportunities to take some planning look. And they're not mentioned in here, I don't think, specifically. I'm just wondering if they might be looked at in a bit more detail with that. And that would require, I assume, some direction from council. Mr. Bars?
So that's not one of our recommendations at the moment. We didn't hear a lot of feedback through the public engagement. So yes, it would take direction from council if you would like us to look at that.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my other questions. I'll go to Councillor Green, and then I'm going to go to members of the public who wish to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, to Mr. Barr and or staff. My original question regarding affordability, I don't believe was addressed, and I just wanted to know if you could help me with a definition of affordability within the Oak Bay context especially, and why affordability and diversity are clustered as concepts. I think I understand that, but I would love to hear from you. Thank you.
Councillor Green, Mr. Bars.
Thanks for Your Worship. Thanks for that question. I do recall you asking it, and we didn't get to it. As you're probably familiar, the concept of affordable housing is really a spectrum concept. We're thinking of everything through home ownership, through various forms of ownership and rental tenure, and even through to shelter on one end as well. So we're really trying to think of affordability as a spectrum, and it really depends on people's means. So when we're talking about diversity, the reason we want to diversify the housing stock is because we want to address the needs of a broader cross-section of the population in both Oak Bay and potentially in folks who want to move to Oak Bay. And at the moment, the housing stock is serving a more narrow segment, let's say. So the reason we want to diversify and recommend that is to try and broaden out the availability to a broader cross-section. Now, a lot of that can be market housing, and it can be ownership housing, but in different forms. And this is why the ability to provide apartments or townhouses and sometimes accessory dwelling units is so important, because that is affordable in the market for certain segments of the population and hopefully meets their life stage needs. When we talk about truly affordable housing, we're talking about what people can actually afford on their household incomes. And as you've heard probably numerous times, 30% of household incomes is considered affordable, although rarely attainable. And so if we're trying to provide affordable housing for the lower household incomes of the community and the region, then we're probably looking at having to subsidize in some way some of that housing. And that's where the opportunity to use inclusionary zoning or density bonus to achieve slightly subsidized housing so it can be more affordable for a broader cross-section of the lower income population.
Thank you.
It's a complex topic.
Thank you, Mr. Bars. I will, if anybody is online and wishes to speak to council, I'd ask that you raise your hand using their React tab. You can also hit *9 if you're calling into the 855 number. We have a number of people in the audience here in person, so some of them may be here wishing to speak to council on this item. I'm happy to take those in person. I actually have a hand online, so I'm happy to go there first and then come back to this room. I just ask that you raise your hand if you wish to speak. Okay, I'll come to you second. You can come forward at this time, and when we're done here, we'll come to you. Ms. Matthews, please go ahead.
Can you hear me at this point?
We can, yes.
Okay. Thank you for this presentation.
Can you just ask you to state your name and municipality of residence, just for the record, although we know who you are?
Kathleen Matthews, and I live in South Oak Bay.
Welcome.
Thank you. I remain confused about the zoning that's going on. We've all been, single-family homes have been rezoned to be capable to host 4 different families in various, whatever those structures look like. Some are problematic and some may not be so problematic. But in the area in South Oak Bay, especially around Windsor Park, which is where I live, if this area becomes designated for more high, like 4 to 6 story buildings, I'd like to offer that we do already have maybe more than our fair share of apartment buildings in and around Windsor Park and towards Spewang or Turkey Head. And I'd like to observe that those buildings do not have the kind of tree canopy that the houses have. So I feel a lot of concern about that. But this idea of if the intent is to consider having more of this area around Windsor Park open to 4 to 6 story buildings, does that mean that my single family home would be automatically rezoned? So should I sell? I could sell to somebody who wants to do an apartment or somebody who just wants to do a house. Like what? And if it is zoned, like I don't understand what allows somebody to build an apartment. And if you're going to allow apartments, say around Windsor Park, where there are now single family homes, if the zoning changes, how does that impact my taxes if all of a sudden people could build an apartment on my property? I just don't understand. And how would you ever protect the trees in that situation where right now, South Oak Bay, especially in Windsor Park, there are some substantial oak trees and other trees that are important. But like I said, you don't see those kinds of trees anywhere in front of the apartment buildings that I see in this neighborhood. So is that, can somebody speak to that? Because I don't understand this zoning that would happen.
Sure.
And how it would impact my house and my property taxes, and would it change my zoning from this current, for whatever it is?
Yeah, thank you, Ms.
Four
Matthews.
Okay.
We'll do our best to answer those questions. I mean, that's part of the process we're undertaking here through this, is to look at what areas and what type of density we want, how much of that is talked to in generalities, and how much of it is built into pre-zoning. And so you're right on the right topic in terms of that. And then as in terms of impact of these changes on the taxes or the valuation of the land, which affects taxes, that's a great question. And I'm going to turn both of those over to Mr. Bars.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, and thank you for the question. As mentioned earlier, we have proposed taking a stronger look at the area in South Oak Bay and Windsor Park for some of the reasons that you're talking about. I think it's worth being really clear that we're talking about two different processes here, but they're very related. So one is the OCP, which has land use designations in it. And that identifies at a high level the type of housing and density that can be built. And then in order to actually build something, it has to be zoned for that purpose. So in the zoning bylaw and on the zoning map, it has to have the appropriate zone as well. And so sometimes those two things are work together and they are the same, and that's where pre-zoning comes in. But sometimes they're different. So we might have a designation for higher density housing, but the land might not be zoned yet for that purpose. And if it isn't zoned yet, then the owner would have to go through a process to apply for rezoning, or the municipality could proactively rezone it. So they are two separate but related processes. But in order to actually build something, you have to have the appropriate zoning for your property. And then your question about taxes, I believe typically, so BC Assessment is the taxation authority, as you know, and so they are the ones that that assess the value of the property, and then the value of the property is used by the municipality to set the taxable amount that is paid by the homeowner. And so BC Assessment typically uses the zoning, the appropriate zoning on the property, and compares it with neighboring properties to come up with that assessment. So in some cases, if the land is zoned for higher density, it would be valued at a higher level, and taxes could potentially go up on that property compared with others that might be have a lower value.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bars. Anything else, Ms. Matthews, before we go to other speakers?
No, I accept the idea of how do you possibly maintain these very large oak trees and cedar trees and other trees in this South Oak Bay area and around Windsor Park, if in fact there's a possibility that there could be even more apartment buildings around in this area than we already have, because we do have a substantial number of apartment buildings everywhere, and it'd be nice to kind of, not become just the mega center for apartment buildings. So
thank you, Ms. Matthews.
How can you possibly protect the trees?
Yeah, those are the questions, and certainly when this comes back, we'll have some chance for that feedback depending on what we move forward. So thank you. I just want to keep us to 3 minutes each, and then we'll take questions as well. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
Watterson, if you could also state your name again for the record.
I found some Smarties in the desk along with a pen. There you go. Yeah, Deanna Watterson. I'm a resident of Oak Bay for about 10 years. So a couple of things. The first one that is a big concern to me is public safety. So none of that has been mentioned in here. So you increase density, we need to increase density. What about increasing police and fire? Public safety. The next thing is amenities. Community centers. You bring in 4-floor towers, or not, sorry, a tower, 4-floor buildings or 6-floor buildings, and where are the extra amenities? Right now, there is the Oak Bay Community Center and there is the Henderson Community Center. Number 3, UVic. Where is the division between UVic being Oak Bay and Saanich? I would like to know about that because I think it includes Cedar Hill Corner. Number 4, the Victoria Golf Club. So is that a part of Oak Bay or is that privately owned? And that was also mentioned by one of the councillors here about housing on that, but I don't know if the Victoria Golf Club is privately owned or publicly owned. It is massive. You could build many things on the Victoria Golf Club. Number 5, so the large lots that are being demolished in Oak Bay, particularly on Beach Drive, I think between the Oak Bay Golf Club and probably the Oak Bay Marina, the ones that are facing the water, they are like 2 or 3 acres, some of them, and one house comes down and 3 or 4 houses go up. They're also building one off of, what's that road that goes up from Beach Drive? They're drilling over there, putting 4 places in. I don't know what the name of the road, I can't remember. Are those included in the increased density that the provincial government is asking for? So those are my questions, and thank you.
Thank you. I'll tackle a couple of those. Yes, all the new housing units are counted towards the
And I love
density.
the desk, by the way.
Thank you. So yes, the density of the new units does count towards the provincial. Victoria Golf Club, Uplands Golf Club are owned by societies, so they're private golf courses that are owned. They're all, as noted within the report, they're all within the agricultural land reserve, so there's some complexities attached to that. There's also a small par 3 or golf course that's owned by the municipality at the corner of, beside Henderson Rec Center. So it's 2.5 golf courses that exist. As to University of Victoria, the dividing line essentially cuts diagonally across the university. So it starts at the corner of Gordon Head Road and Mackenzie and cuts diagonally across to the Cedar Hill Corner. So the Cedar Hill Corners property is almost entirely within Oak Bay, if not entirely within Oak Bay. And then the other question, I'm going to go to the other staff. Ms. Watterson, you have a bit more time left on your clock if you have a couple of follow-up questions.
I do. So Mystic Vale, who owns Mystic Vale?
It's University of Victoria lands.
Okay, so so Oak Bay, Mystic Vale divides between Oak Bay and
Correct.
Saanich. Okay, so the development at Cedar Hill Corner, what would happen to Mystic Vale?
So to answer your question, the Cedar Hill Corner property is designated. It's just a piece of the University of Victoria lands. It's the level piece of land adjoining Mystic Vale and Cedar Hill Crossroad. So instead of that wedge shape between the two.
Right. So you know where all of the big dump trucks are driving down Cedar Hill and going into that little area? Actually, now they've had to move the pathway to the right. And it's like awkward for people to access the trails at UVic. That's Oak Bay, is that right?
Correct. There is a road right-of-way called Harrow Road that is owned by the District of Oak Bay, and the district is currently using that space for public works purposes.
Okay, well, it would be good to have signage there for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. In terms of the earlier questions around impact on density, if the density doesn't in fact increase by say 50% over the next 20 years, and what is the impact or requirements to change on public safety and public amenities? I'm not sure who to give that question to. Is it Mr. Bars? I'll give it to Mr. Bars, who's not there. Oh, he is back.
Sorry, I am, Your Worship. Apologies, I just had to quickly move locations. I did hear the question, though, and this is something that all growing cities have to address, of course. As you grow, you need to make sure that you're addressing safety, whether it be fire safety or public safety, policing. And typically, as the community grows, the tax base grows with it and is able to support additional safety considerations and additional fire service, additional police service, etc. So it is something that's important to think about and gradually phase in those new services. Similarly, with amenities, and this is why we want to think carefully about the pre-zoning, not just from an infrastructure point of view, but from an amenity service perspective as well. So as the community grows in certain locations, there is the need for additional amenities, whether it be recreation centers or sometimes working with the school board to provide additional school, or things like daycares are also important. And so that's why we want to consider the amenity base and phase in the increased density in the appropriate locations where either there is existing capacity within the amenities or where it makes sense to add additional capacity through additional funding for those amenities.
Okay, thank you. So similar to engineering then in that sense. It's weighed into the recommendations here. I appreciate that. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the public? Please come forward. There we go.
First time. Hi, Andrea Careless, Oak Bay, and I'm representing the Oak Bay Climate Force. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Oak Bay's OCP update gives us a crucial chance to strengthen protections for our green spaces, biodiversity, ecological corridors, and tree canopy. If these protections, especially on private property, not just parks, aren't explicitly enshrined in the OCP and zoning bylaw, there will be no reliable mechanism to safeguard them. We absolutely need clear enforceable requirements in the OCP and the zoning bylaw to protect our green infrastructure. And I'm surprised nobody talked about this tonight. In the current OCP draft, this appears to be completely overlooked, and this is very concerning. Oak Bay is lagging behind municipalities such as Saanich and Victoria, which already use tools like DPAs for environmental protection, mapped biodiversity corridors, and strong integration of climate and ecological goals into zoning. Excuse me. Oak Bay's tree canopy target of 40% coverage by 2045 is commendable, but there's no way it will be met without strong tools to protect and enhance green infrastructure. Therefore, I urge Oak Bay to establish DPAs for ecological protection, map and protect biodiversity corridors, ensuring landscape connectivity for species and climate resilience, strengthen canopy and permeability standards directly in zoning bylaws, requiring minimum green space and tree retention in all developments. Update urban forest planning and targets to account for housing growth impacts, ensuring sufficient tree planting and protection, because we know that the tree bylaw is great, but it's not working, to reach our tree canopy target. And just to elaborate on this point, it was estimated that Oak Bay would need to plant about 6,000 more trees to achieve our canopy target, but with BC's new housing requirements, that's going to be a lot more. So going on, use incentives like density bonuses to encourage developments that exceed environmental requirements. Consider amenity contributions and covenants to secure long-term protections. And finally, integrate natural asset management and nature-based solutions, such as daylighting creeks and using permeable surfaces to manage stormwater, enhance biodiversity, and build climate resilience. Thanks.
Thank you very much for those comments. Anybody else wish to come speak to council? Please come forward.
I'm Pam Woodland and I live in South Oak Bay.
Sorry, you're going to need to speak, move it a little closer or speak a little louder.
Pam Woodland, I live in South Oak Bay. I really
Again, a little closer or a little louder.
Okay, Pam Woodland, South Oak Bay. That okay?
No, it's not coming. Just ask that
Okay,
people don't
there we
yell out
go.
from the audience.
All
There
right.
we go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
It's
you
hard
very
enough to be up here without people yelling from behind, so just ask people as a courtesy, not do that. Thank you. Good.
And
Welcome.
I appreciate it's really late in the evening, and you guys have had a day and a half, I'm sure. I'm just certainly saying double plus to what has already been said. Andrea was so thorough with that. The one thing that I feel a little bit up in the air about is with a 20-year plan of what that vision of 20 years is like in order to provide a context about what it is that is being planned towards. So within the context of climate change, human-caused climate change, and all of the impacts that come from that, it seems to me like it's a salient factor to be incorporated into the decision-making, because I'm not sure how that happens, but it seems like it is something that needs to be mentioned and addressed as a factor that determines how we move forward. And it underlines also, I feel, the need for the green infrastructure, as Andrea was speaking about it, because we want to leave our grandchildren with a place that is actually worth living in. One of the things that I find really important also is what we're learning about how jurisdictional bounds don't really provide the kind of, they provide blockages to being able to appreciate how life actually lives, thinking of Bowker Creek, the spill that happened in Victoria, how this is impacting the creek all the way down the line. And so this is just a real heads up that there's also a need to think trans-jurisdictionally, that it's not just what happens in Oak Bay, Victoria, Saanich, etc. We have this wonderful teacher through the Bowker Creek watershed that helps us to look and think beyond just our bounds, but that we need to work with our neighbors to create a really robust healthy environmental system, the creek from the headwaters down to the estuary. I think that's enough. I've got so many scribbles. I'm going to spare you my scrambling through them. But thank you for having this space, all the work with the OCP, and I understand that this is going to be incorporated in part 2, and the processes, the dialogue with the community continues. So, thank you.
Thank you for the feedback on the last two speakers. Yeah, please come forward. I'm just going to make sure we're all very clear, though, and I'll ask Mr. Bars to come back into this one. I mean, one of the realities that we faced in this process, OCPs are typically a multi-year process. In this case, we have to get it done by the end of the year, so we did keep an intentionally tight rein on the scope. And I just want to, just so we all have reasonable expectations here, Mr. Bars, maybe you can just touch on what are the key focuses here. I know we're touching on some environmental and other aspects, but the key aspects here really are focused on housing, and maybe you can just touch on what the official scope is that we're trying to address within this OCP review.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. This is very much a targeted OCP update and zoning bylaw update that is really reacting to the province's mandate and requirement for the district to provide more housing. So housing is definitely the prime focus of the work. Having said that, we do want to take into consideration these important factors that people are raising today around climate change and biodiversity as we do this work. And so, while we're focusing on housing, we're taking these other factors, including biodiversity, climate change, amenities, transportation into consideration as we do this work. But it is focused, as you've said.
Thank you for that. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak
Yes.
to council?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Mr.
Yeah.
Knoll, please. You can tell that's my sign. I'm going too long. It's getting late when I start
Right.
making mistakes like that.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. David Newell, resident of Oak Bay. Land back. First Nations people have not been approached as now, which limits also Oak Bay, abilities to return lands to the First Nations people. For example, if you look at Spaewang, Turkey Head, I mean, with some imagination, you could probably have 200 homes there. Right? So right there, that should be reduced for the rest of Oak Bay, that number or more. Another piece of land would be at the corner of at UVic. The UVic lands there where the dog parks. That could be land back. We have to go back to 1906 when Oak Bay and Saanich were founded, at the entire exclusion of First Nations people. They did not receive 1 square inch of either Oak Bay or Saanich at the time. And so I think that's going to take some deep thinking, and I think that should be thrown back at the province and to the country. As to, so I think this whole step in for the Oak Bay planning is inappropriate at this time. These things we have to consider First Nations people for everything in regards to the environment and to the land. And the UNDRIP Accord, I think that makes it almost mandatory that we take another look at all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. Anybody else from the members of the public wish to speak to council? Don't see any others, so I think at this point we need to bring it back to this table. Thank you for all the comments from the public, always well appreciated. I'm not going to go back to second-time speakers at this point. This will be coming back to, well, if there's a quick question, Ms. Matthews, I'm happy to take you again, but I'm just going to ask that we keep it as brief as possible. We do have to advance something today.
I just wanted to commend David Newell and Andrea and I just lost the other name. Sorry, for the speakers for their focus on reconciliation on land back. I strongly think that something like Cedars Corners or that land beside Mystic Vale, that could be such an incredible land back opportunity. Turkey Head, you know, is that really land or is that really just a bunch of rocks that have been covered up? I don't know, but I just want to really commend and thank David and Andrea for their presentation.
Thank you, Ms.
so
Matthews.
Grateful for them. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. You're well over your time, but if you wish to go just very briefly, please go ahead. Oh, you need to turn on your microphone, sir.
The Douglas treaties, they guaranteed village sites. So we have a number of them around Oak Bay that are not in their hands. I mean, we could include those as possibilities. You're going to be probably looking at another 1,000 homes less for Oak Bay that we need to be able to fulfill the what's been given to us from the province to fulfill.
Thank you, Mr. Newell.
At the corner of the dog park lands, you probably have a room for 1,000 homes there.
Yeah, that's the Cedar Hill Corner lands of the UVic that we're talking about. That's what's being considered not our land to give anywhere, but it's UVic's land. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to come back to this table.
Tiny,
We always like to have public input. Please be quick.
I will be quick. Okay.
Name,
Andrea-
municipality,
Andrea
residence.
Careless.
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to say that the thing is, I understand that this is a really quick update of the OCP, but the problem is, if we don't have protection for green space in the OCP and the zoning bylaw, we are no longer allowed to do public consultation on development. So this, we really have to get it in there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and certainly it's not being considered just not sort of standalone as we would normally do within an OCP process. Okay, back to this table. We have quite a few recommendations in this report. Mr. Bars, I might ask that you share, or whoever's sharing that presentation, to bring it up on the screen again, and maybe we can walk through it and talk to some of the recommendations therein. I think I really appreciate the work done. It certainly covers, I think, most of the things that you have heard and that we've talked about. So we're really down to a little bit of nuance if we want to make some suggested tweaks or changes to this. I'm going to ask a question here just to make sure I'm looking at this in the right way, and council is as well. So, so we're all understanding. We have recommendations here that will either move forward as are or with some recommended changes. They're not written in stone at this point, but the narrower we can make this, or the clearer we can make this, that outcome, as I understand it, this will be worked on to drive the OCP changes that'll come back in to council in September and then to the public input at the beginning of October. Am I making that? Am I clear in that? Is that a correct interpretation, Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that's correct. This is a first draft, by no means a final draft. So I would say that if there's general acceptance in general, right, it'd be helpful to learn that. If there's specific points, we heard some things about townhouses in neighborhoods, Beach Drive, some specific things to identify. Those would be helpful. And then also draw your attention to the engagement, the next stage of engagement. Just if you have any comments on that, because we will need to start to advertise and book venues before we see you again. And so just want to highlight that as well.
Okay, thank you. And just given the importance of that portion of it, I know it's at the end of this presentation. Maybe we can skip to the public consultation piece and just make sure that we're clear about what it is that we're bringing to the public, what the input opportunities will be, and then, yeah, and so that, again, we're clear about what we're advancing to that phase 3 engagement. So, Mr. Brown, is that to you or Mr. Bars?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the next time that we're scheduled to be before council is September 15th. And at that point, we are to present the first real draft of the OCP and zoning updates. Right on the slide as well, we've noted the plan to go to APC, and I know that there's been some comments for some of the other communities as well. According to the work plan and the budget for this project, phase 3 engagement was for one webinar, which could be recorded and put on the website, and then one in-person open house or event. And so we've tentatively put some dates there, working around the holidays at that time of year. But and so if council sees fit to expand that, we would require some direction there.
Thank you for that. I might just go for if there's any questions or directions at this point. I'll go around the table. Councillor Green and then Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, under key dates, and this is for staff, you have September 15th is our next council meeting date when you come back to us with a first draft, right? A first final draft. But on September 17th, if you can explain, that's the APC ADP meeting. So you're going to do the draft before you go to the APC and ADP groups. Is that correct? Am I wrong about that? Because if that's the case, I would flip those dates, and I would go to the APC and ADP and the other two that were mentioned in my comments earlier. I would go to
Let me
the,
just take, I'll take it as a question for now.
Okay.
And then Mr. Brown? Mr. Bowl?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, through you. Yes, that has to do a lot with the tight timelines that we have for this project. So basically, the work over the next couple of weeks and 2 months will result in a draft OCP for consultation. We do first want to present it to you as council to make sure there's nothing in there that needs to be adjusted or removed ahead of the consultation that is following shortly after. And there's still time once council sees this on September 15 to, for example, ask the commissions for input. The public gets to weigh in again. So it's meant to make sure that what is presented back to the community and the commissions is first run by you, and then after that it will come back to you for before we get anywhere close to the bylaw readings. Although it will go pretty fast this fall, unfortunately, for the timelines. But that's the background of the timing of these events. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowl.
Thank you.
Councillor Green? Councillor Braithwaite?
Thanks. Yeah, that was my question as well. As why would we be doing a first draft before we had more public input and more input from our committees? So I understand that what you're saying, that it's around the timeline that we have to the end of the year, but I'm still not sure if I would agree with that or not. And also, if we're going to be including the Heritage Commission and the Parks, Rec and Culture doesn't even meet again until October. October 7th, I believe it is, something like that. So we would have to call a special meeting of Parks, Rec and Culture to be able to do that. And then, so that's just a comment there. And then I'm wondering whether or not it would behoove us to have more than one in-person open house after a first draft is done on this, or what the implication of having more than one would be.
I think the first one was more just an awareness of when the meetings happen, correct? So maybe to staff, what are there other options in terms of increasing the number or variation of type or other of the public consultation, public in-person or online meetings? Mr. Green?
Sure, if council wishes to hold additional events, just like council directed us to have additional events in the spring, then obviously there will be an impact on the budget. Obviously we would need to, and that's essentially why we're presenting these this evening, because we thought there may be some interest from council to have additional events. And so if there is an interest to increase the number of events, but acknowledging that we haven't budgeted for, that's all that's in the budget, in the scope that came to council last December. And so it would require additional budget to have additional in-person open houses.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, and I understand that, and I for one am willing to put more money into the budget to have more public consultation, because I think that after a first draft of the OCP, people are going to want to know exactly what we're putting in there. They've given their thoughts right now, but they were many and varied, and now we've narrowed it down, and so they will want to have a look at that to ensure that what they brought to the table as an idea or a suggestion is included or not included, or whether they can add something else to it once they see the direction that we're going. So I think it would behoove us to have at least one more in-person open house.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Any other thoughts on these key dates and approach? I'll share my 2 cents, not seeing any others at the moment. I'd be supportive of maybe one additional in-person. I think importantly though, and maybe, I don't know if it's possible to get some sense of what the impact would be. We have a webinar, which I think is critically important for informing, but it'd be really important to have some sort of system other than in-person to receive feedback. And I'm curious about the ability to have, I'm not sure how that would be structured, but a way that at least maybe just in the however the OCP draft is put forward, that we can receive feedback on those portions and collect that in a way, because I think it's really important for us to make at least the feedback portion as easy as possible. And I appreciate the webinar. So maybe if staff have some sense of that, of the ability to collect input more than just an in-person through an online feedback form model, just maybe an order of magnitude of what the cost is. Is it $500, 5,000, 500,000? Maybe something that would help guide us. Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, our thoughts go to maybe a follow-up questionnaire, and I'm not sure if that's included in the current outline or not, but in terms of level of effort, probably the consultants could comment on that.
Oh, good, I get to put you on the spot in the public realm here, Mr. Bars. Sorry about that, but perhaps just so you can share with us some options.
Well, I'm going to turn that question over to my colleague Drew Taylor, who is more familiar with the engagement portion
Sure.
of the.
Let's do that. Ms. Taylor, we haven't had much chance to talk to you tonight, so welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through the chair, I'm just looking back at our current work plan. I believe we have a very small scope for a public questionnaire that is the simple format. That does not include a fulsome questionnaire like this last round of engagement did. So it probably would require some additional scope for us to deliver a fulsome survey like this current round. But some degree of online engagement we had proposed in the form of a webinar and a short-form survey on the website within our current scope.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that's very helpful. And then the other question was just I guess some of this is the question of the timing, and I'm just going to, since we're here, I'll just speak I think ultimately we have to do this decision-making, and we have to get information. So if I look at not the advisory bodies informing what we're bringing to the public, but providing their more specialized knowledge as part of the feedback piece, then those 2 or 4 can provide that, and the broader public can provide that, and all of that can guide what we want to do next with it. So I don't think it's reasonable, just from a timing perspective, to try and stage those, because that would essentially mean that we're going to take that feedback, come to this table, give direction, and have something workable product for them to go back to the public, and I just don't see that being feasible. So I think the model that's being put here, I'm comfortable with. It's got its downsides, but it's, I think, the best we can possibly do in the situation. Any other discussion on that? I'm just going to first time speakers first, Councillor Green. Any other discussion on this piece? Councillor Green?
Yeah, and my only concern, I'm not quarreling with this, but a webinar is great for people who are online, but a good portion of our community is not online. So I think the in-person will be absolutely critical, and I also think that we need to communicate it as soon as possible so that the word is really out there. It's important, I think. Thank you.
So if council wishes, we can give some direction on this now. I'd probably make that recommendation because we have a lot of work to do tonight, and we have more work to go to than this. What I'm hearing around the table for those who have spoken is that support for at least one additional in-person, and make sure that the online feedback form is at least robust enough to give us meaningful information. I don't think we have to determine exactly what that is, but I'll turn to the body. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton, first time speaker.
I could make a motion to that effect, Your Worship. We don't have any other motions on the table. I'm wondering whether you want to receive the report and then speak to something on the table, or how you want to proceed.
I'm happy to take a motion on this item if you wish.
So I would make a motion that, I guess I would get staff's recommendation on this one, but I guess we can just, how it would, there's going to be resource implications to adding an additional in-person engagement session. So typically the process would be to get a background or get an assessment of costs related to adding that additional session. But I'm happy to make a motion to evaluate the addition of an additional in-person engagement session as far as phase 3 engagement, and also that the short form questionnaire be included through the district's Engage Oak Bay web portal.
I'll second that.
So we just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So do you want just like at the next meeting just to return with the price of an additional in-person engagement? Is that what you're seeking?
I think probably, Your Worship, I think we can give the direction to do that. I think we should probably just from a governance perspective give direction potentially as to where the fund, if the funds are not otherwise covered through the project budget, where the funds for such an engagement session would be drawn from. I think staff would probably prefer to have that direction, but I think that information and options for funding source for that session could come to that September meeting.
Thank you for that clarification. I misunderstood what you were suggesting. So what I have is a two-part motion, one to direct an additional in-person, and a second to include a, how did you word it? On the online robust or something?
Basically, that the short form public engagement survey be included through the Connect Oak Bay portal, Your Worship.
Okay. Is that satisfactory to staff in terms of those two? Is that reasonably clear? So I have a mover and a seconder. I'm getting some puzzled looks, so I want to make sure that we have clarity. Ms. Williams?
My apologies, Your Worship, and just through you, just for clarification, I was hearing around where we would fund the additional engagement through, and I just wanted to clarify that the funding source itself won't be an issue. We do have contingency in the project for that. It's just wanting to hear from the team on the capacity to add that additional consultation, because of course it impacts staff as well. But the funding is there.
I'll turn that question to staff. I think we'd be amenable to maybe if this is over a single weekend, having it in two locations or something to make the travel time for consultants and so forth simple. But just what is the impact of adding a second in-person session? Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I think it's twofold. On the one hand, there's some extra effort, of course, needed to have sufficient people for an extra engagement event. On the other hand, there are contingencies on budget and also the way we organize the work. It is a little bit fluid, so we'll have to shift our priorities around a bit, and we'll do our best to make that work. And but it does mean that it's a shifting of the work that is done in the next coming 2 months. But I think it's building on what we are already intending to do. In that sense, it is very much along the lines of what we were planning to do regardless. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so the motion is second in person and an online survey feedback form in addition to the in person. Is we all clear on what the motion is around the table? Okay, Councillor Braithwaite.
Sorry, do we need to add into that about the, or does staff just know that we want them to reach out to Heritage and to the PRC?
I think we need to have a motion to that effect. I'm happy to do that as a separate motion, but unless, yeah, let's do it. Well, there's a second motion. I think that's reasonable. Councillor Smart?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just a question about the motion. I just wanted to understand we're adding this. We're not exchanging the online webinar for an in-person. I just wanted to clarify.
That's correct. It's additive, not replacing. Councillor Watson?
A further clarification, please. I did hear Ms. Taylor say that a short form second survey was anticipated in the work plan, so I'm not sure we needed to move that. Or is it just confirming what we were going to get already? Is that what we're suggesting?
Sure, thank you. I took that motion as essentially giving some freedom to make more than just the baseline short form survey and allow for a bit more, maybe not as robust as the first time, but perhaps make sure that there's some meaningful feedback available through that forum. So I'm not sure it's 100% necessary, but I think probably helpful given that the scope of work is probably slightly adapted. Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. If I may, I would like to ask a question here then, because the current survey was designed to give you specific and detailed feedback on neighborhood basis, and also with the cross tabs on what residents said about their own neighborhoods, for example, as an opportunity. So that's a certain approach and a little bit more fine-grained. Is that along the lines of what you see in this phase as well, or would it be somewhere between that extensive format and a short format? Thank you.
I'm thinking it's somewhere in between, Mr. Bull. I'm going to say that I think because we're going to have a relatively complete OCP, we'll get detailed feedback no matter what, because people will look at their own neighborhoods. I'm not sure that we need to kind of break it out in that same way. I think, yeah, I'm not looking around the table here, but I think we have to have a certain amount of trust that the staff can find a reasonable, balance on this one, because it's almost impossible for us to give too much direction at this point. We want enough information to be meaningful, not so much that it's too much work. So, Councillor Appleton.
just as the mover of the motion, Your Worship, and in response to your question, I do have, a great degree of confidence in staff to determine the appropriate level of that, but I guess I would see it as essentially is how did it land with, really the fundamental question is you gave, the community gave us a significant amount of feedback, which has been covered and summarized in a public report, which now the public has the ability to review. Now, with the draft OCP available for you to review, does it align with the feedback that you gave? And what significant things, if any, have been omitted from that you'd like to comment on? I don't see it as being very granular, but rather, did the draft land where you did it land correctly with your expectations of the feedback that you gave during the public feedback sessions? Would be my thought as mover of the motion.
Take that. We'll take that. And if there's any other feedback, but by all means, you can speak up at this time, or even just share thoughts with staff, after the meeting. I don't think there's any problem with that. We're not giving any specific direction at this point, so. All right, so we have the motion on the floor. Make those changes. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
Your Worship, I would move receipt of the staff report.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Councillor Braithwaite, you indicated you wish to have one more motion related to this portion?
I think that was actually something that Councillor Green had brought up, and that was, I moved that, I don't know what's wrong with this now. Oh, good, that's better. I'd move that we include Heritage Commission and the Parks, Rec and Culture in the consultation from staff.
Moved and seconded. So these are referrals essentially that they'll be presented at those meetings, and they'll have an opportunity for feedback. I think that's it. It was moved and seconded. Just again, want to make sure that we're clear. It'd be the same report going to all four instead of the two. Is there any concerns that staff see with bringing that, Mr. Bull?
For you, Mayor, if I could ask clarification, there's also a fifth committee these days. Is that the Accessibility Advisory Committee? I'm wondering if that should be included or not, or if that's Council's wish. Thank you.
I'll leave it to the mover and seconder.
Yeah, I would amend it to add in that committee also.
Mover and seconder agree, so there's a request to send it to all three. The first two have regular meetings. Accessory Committee requires a call together to have it, but there are all three advisory bodies. Go ahead.
I actually wonder, and the same with Parks, Rec and Culture, I actually wonder if we could send it out to the committee and say, if you would like to review this and send back any comments, like whether we would actually have to have a specific meeting, if it's just material that they're being sent. If it's a presentation, then yes, obviously we'd have to have the committee get together, but if it's just material that's being sent, then it could be just sent out and have the committee review it.
So for the record, if we're seeking referral, then we're in a meeting because we're asking for the body to make a recommendation as opposed to the individuals. So I think what I see in the motion here is a referral, which means that the body has to be called to have that conversation. So as long as the mover and seconder understand that's the intention. Okay. Thank you. So the motion as it stands right now, it was amended by mover and seconders to include all three of the outstanding committees. There we go. Councillor Smart, you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you. Not about the particular motion on the table, but the previous motion that I had understood to be purely about the engagement and not about the actual options 1 and 2 in the report. So I did not understand in that vote that we were actually, and maybe we still haven't, but I was hoping to move option 2 in the report so that I could provide just a few additional comments. So I just wanted to clarify where we were at because it seemed like you were wrapping up. And so I just...
No, we are not wrapping up.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
we have a lot of
Okay.
work to do still.
Okay, thank
And
you.
in fact, I'm going to have to have a motion to extend, but
Thank you
now
for
let's deal with
thank you
this.
for the clarity.
Yeah, no
I had just
problems.
misunderstood your comment. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. And we have a motion on the floor right now to make referrals to all the advisory committees. Any other discussion? All those, I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. I think from the conversation we've had, I think that concludes this section around the key dates and consultation. Anybody else wish to add anything or give any additional directions by motion? Okay, thank you. we are now going to Mr. Bars. We may just want to, or whoever's got control of the screen, if we can maybe scroll back to the, just beyond what we heard and go straight to the overview section. So section 1 was need for new housing. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, is it possible maybe in this, well, I mean, I guess it really depends on what material you want to use, but I found that the final summary table that was produced by staff was a good summary. Can we potentially use the OCP recommendation summary table for the purposes of discussion? It's kind of the same information, but more in one place and more distilled. So just for the purposes of discussion, it's the one at the very end of the staff report, a summary of basically what is in attachment 3, but then summarized under attachment 4 as the summary table. I'm wondering if you might be amenable to that.
I'm amenable in going, if they're in the same order to the best of my knowledge, so I think I'll just encourage council to look at whatever one they see fit. It's this last like 3 or 4 pages of the entire report. Yeah. If people are wish to go there, that's fine. I'm going to leave the PowerPoint on the screen because I think it makes it simpler if anybody's watching online to understand what we're talking about. But yeah, item number, my voice.
I'm going to,
Oh yeah, please have a motion to extend.
I'm going to move that we extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed, unopposed? I appreciate some people may have to leave before that, but we're going to try to get through all of this by 11 o'clock tonight, if at all possible. All right, so item number 1, the need for new housing. I think we've got this one has already been presented through the PowerPoint. Is there anything that people wish to speak to on the on item number 1? Okay, I think, I might just be interested. There's no more public input, sir. Sorry, we're concluded all the public input portion of this for the evening. There's one more item on the agenda, 11.1, which has a portion of it available for public input, but that's all there is. So this item, we're concluded our public input. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Newell. Thank you for all your input this evening. I really have to get through this meeting, and our procedure bylaw is very specific at this point. Okay, we move here. So on that item, I'm going to take me a while to scroll down to that page on my iPad. I thought I brought a paper copy, but I did not. But we have item 1 on the screen here. The only question, I think I was the only one who had a question, was just that there is, maybe I'll put this back to Mr. Bars, not for anybody else on the stage here. There is a, I think, is there any, I know the language here has to say that, understand that the province is setting these numbers and we are required to meet these numbers and make every due effort. Is there any value in just identifying that these are difficult numbers to make? I mean, we are talking about a community that's already, significantly denser than everywhere except Victoria and Esquimalt in the region, and is, and is fully built out, so everything requires a demolition, a rebuild. I appreciate that it's important to understand why it's being done, but maybe that this number may be actually quite difficult to achieve even with good intent. And is that a good or a bad idea given the political world that we're living in? I'm going to ask the question as a staff consultant, then I'll go to you, Councillor Green. Mr. Bars?
I'm not sure it's worth making that comment, Your Worship. I think, to your point, there are lands at UVic that are not fully developed and could be developed for housing, although I take your point about the rest of the community. But I think it's better just to stay simple and straightforward with this comment. And yeah, the level of difficulty is determined not just by the context, but by the decisions that council makes.
Thank you for that very political answer. Well done, sir. Councillor Green?
I don't disagree with Mr. Bars, but I think there is a way of framing it, and maybe the word challenge is better. I think it presents a significant challenge for this community. I don't think that's a horrible thing to say, frankly, because I think it does. So that would be my input, rather than unachievable, that it will be a significant challenge. And I think everyone knows, and the report exonerated us to a degree, that we are doing the best we can at the moment.
Okay, I might thank you for that feedback. I guess in the interest of time here, we can consider statements maybe when this comes back in more detail. But I'll throw it out there as a point of discussion. I think it's something that we may need to just flag, because it's. I'll leave it there. So moving on to number 2 then, not hearing any other changes. So support healthy, complete communities. Councillor Smart.
Sorry, I guess I would just voice my difference of opinion with number 1, that I don't really like the continual narrative of challenge. It's going to be hard. So if we're not taking motions, I guess I would just say I prefer as it's written for number 1.
Then I'll weigh in and say I prefer having the word challenge.
All right, we're not going to make any changes tonight, I think is what I've heard. So, okay, let's just, thank you for those feedback. I think it's important not to just make it sound like there's unanimous agreement on some of these things. Item number 2, Councillor Smart, did you wish to speak to something on item number 2, the support healthy, complete communities? Okay. We'll move forward then on section 3, which is support medium to high density mixed use development at UVic, Cedar Hill Corners, and Camosun College. Councillor Green?
Just pointing out a typo there. It says Cedar Hills, and I think they mean Cedar Hill.
Yeah, Cedar Hill Corner is actually the actual term that we're using at the request of UVic, although I think our member of the public used the term that everybody else uses, which is the dog park, because it was for a long time used as a dog park. Thank you for that. Anything else on this one? This is a pretty substantive one in terms of the support of UVic. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I just, I guess as the UVic liaison, just wanted to mention how much I really appreciated the letter from UVic, specifically giving a lot of requirements, and the one that I don't see in here particularly mentioned is the request in some instances of having no parking minimums for student residences. And so I would anticipate, the way this is written, that all the aspects of that letter from UVic would be considered in this framework.
Okay, thank you. I did not see other aspects on this one. The only other one that, if I may, just that came to my mind on this one is really specifically around that strip of Henderson. It depends a little bit on what we do with the balance of Fowl Bay Road and Henderson Road, if we're looking at significantly higher density along the entire route. And maybe I'll leave this conversation to that point. But I do want to flag there are areas that are more difficult, i.e. buildings that back onto people's backyards, and there are places that are easier. And there is a stretch there all the way from Uplands Elementary, or what was Uplands School now, right through to Cedar Hill Corner, or Cedar Hill Crossroad Corner, where there's an empty parking lot on the east side of that road that would support significantly higher density and affect nobody. It just backs onto playgrounds. People know the stretch I'm talking about. And I just think that, if the will of council is looking at 4 to 6 stories all the way along Fowl Bay and Henderson everywhere and looking at 4 to 6 stories, then obviously it's a moot point. But even then it might be more density. But I just think that particular stretch should look at a higher density because it's the easiest to do land accumulation, has the least impact on anybody. And frankly, we might want to look at some possible corner commercial or storefront commercial just to allow for things like coffee shops and so forth to serve that local area, which has no walkable amenities. So I'm just flagging it because I think it might be worth considering giving some direction of looking at some higher density along that particular stretch that has the least amount of impact. Councillor Smart?
Just a question of clarity. Are you referring to recommendation 3 or 4 with the discussion of that particular area?
Yeah, it's a bit vague because it's a really adjacent, very close to UVic lands. It's also, it's not on a commercial, but it's on transit corridors. But there's no difference of that section between transit corridors in that, in those few blocks than it is, say, the rest of the transit corridor, which runs all the way down Fowl Bay. So I'm just flagging it as a possible point of discussion, maybe not even right now, but maybe we can circle back to it, because I think it's an important aspect that, again, if we're going to focus higher density in areas that have minimal impact and still achieve our goals of where we want things, that might be a good one. And I do appreciate it may have some significant problems with infrastructure, because that area up there does have some infrastructure issues, so that might flag it for not maybe being pre-zoned, but just being identified. Anyway, I'm throwing it out there for a quick conversation. We can come back to it after we talked about the other corridor pieces if you wish, or now. Councillor Appleton?
I'm just expressing my general support, Your Worship. It's just kind of captured, as you say, it's not very specific, but I guess I would just sort of see that under component 4 here, it does say consider areas along Fowl Bay frequent transit corridor for a mix of medium density housing. So I kind of mashed that up with what Mr. Bars has said a little bit earlier, saying, not all of those corridors are sort of monolithic or uniform in terms of their ability or appropriateness for pre-zoning. And so maybe the staff and the consultant group could take your specific comment, which I agree with, and maybe incorporate that into areas along Fowl Bay frequent corridor. There's maybe a level of granularity there that the Upper Henderson portion adjacent to the park could be potentially of particular interest. Maybe they could comment on that.
Sure, and there is some flagging of that already in some of the diagrams inside the report, I think, and just noting that there was a comment made fairly regularly. So I'm not sure we need a motion if that's just that level of variation and so forth will be incorporated into the recommendations coming back. So I'll just turn that to Mr. Bars, just hearing the conversation here and knowing that specific area. Do you need any other direction from council at this point?
No, I don't think so, Your Worship. I think that's very useful to hear, though, and we'll certainly take a closer look at that area as part of the work that we do going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Appleton?
Then just a bit of so it speaks a bit to a procedural element, Your Worship. So our staff in general, both our staff and the consultant staff, okay with us reviewing these sort of component by component and providing comments as they go along? Or should we be providing further detail by motion? And so therefore, should we put the entirety of the staff recommendation on the table and then do modifications by motion? Or are staff comfortable, given the breadth of what we're talking about, given that we're not really down to brass tacks yet, can we provide these types of comments in this context and not do them by motion, is my question to you.
Sure, thank you. It may be necessary to put the main motion on the floor and do some motions, but I think as much as we can do this through a dialogue and have the consultant reflect where and if they need motions, then we'll do it that way. But I'll turn to staff here, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll let Mr. Boole follow up if needed. I'm definitely in line with this conversation. We're keeping notes as we go. I would suggest if there's something really deviates from what's in here, that's where we would like to flag, because over the next 6 weeks, it'll be full steam ahead working on this. So we don't want to miss something now that we need to incorporate.
Okay, thank you. I've heard enough comments made around the table that I'm sure some people will want to debate some significant changes. So why don't we can have general comments that's also allowed procedurally quite nicely. So why don't we move the main motion, which is to prepare the first draft in alignment, following the recommendations from this attachment 3, and then we can have any motions that might tackle any substantive changes from this. So is someone willing to move that motion?
I will move that motion.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Sure, go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Just to clarify, Your Worship, there is, as Councillor Smart pointed out, there's an option 2 in the report, which sort of implies it is the core staff recommendation referencing the attachments, and then with whatever comments that that council may be providing. So just for clarity, what I would be moving here is in line with option 2 in the staff report, and then there being additional comments as over and above the core recommendations in attachment 3 and 4.
Okay, that's fine. So take motion of two. I'm not going to scroll all the way back up. Unfortunately, on the iPads, it's a 3-minute job to scroll back and forth. So it's okay. So yeah, we're back here to item number then 3 related to the Cedar Hill Corners and the Camosun College specifically. Anything else, Councillor Watson?
Yes,
please?
question of clarification. With respect to UVic, it's very specifically mentioned Cedar Hill Corners. With Camosun College, it's not. And so I just wanted to clarify. I know we have a project that has already got an application into the municipality, but are we talking about the entire Camosun College site and further planning work and encouragement for things going on that campus?
Sure, thank you. I mean, there's only a small portion that's in Oak Bay, which is the parking lots. But would staff see this as being covering essentially that wedge of Camosun entirely that would be looked at? I think I'm getting nods in the room here, so the answer is yes.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay. Don't see other hands on this item, so let's move on then to item number 3, which is to support medium to high density mixed use. 4. Focus growth in village areas, corridors, and nodes. This is probably the most complicated one. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I have real difficulty with the 5-minute walk part of that very first sentence. So what I would like to see it say is develop a new OCP land use plan that designate lands within Oak Bay Village and Estevan Village for a mix of multi-use housing up to 4 stories, or whatever it says here, 4 stories housing consideration, or 5 to 6 stories where the context and amenities support such density. So I would like to take out within an approximate 5-minute walk. After the word within, I would take out an approximate 5-minute walk of. Because I think if you look at the second point there, it says designate other village areas for low, medium, low-rise apartments, 3 to 4 story or townhouse densities. It doesn't say within a 5-minute walk of any of the other village areas. And so I would like to see it not say that in the first part as well.
Sure. I might thank you for the motion. I might just make a suggestion, and I'll come back. I'm happy to come back to you for a motion. I might just, since I think this is the most nuanced discussion that we're going to have, probably is the how far outside the village, how high. We've got a lot of variation of feedback. We've read through it all. Maybe if I might just diverge a little bit from our standard procedural piece, maybe just have a quick conversation around the table of where people are sort of feeling they want to see those pieces, anything that they flag, because I think there's quite a bit of nuance here, right? That 4 stories within a 5-minute walk in all directions of all villages is a pretty substantial shift. It's essentially apartments everywhere around the villages, but that is also one of the probably key ways of achieving goals. So maybe we just go around the table here and just talk a little bit about the aspects of this. So this is medium density along Fowl Bay Road. So this is, unfortunately, I think we're talking here both about, there's transit corridors, which is really the Fowl Bay and Cadbury Bay corridors. There's the villages, which is the pieces, and then there's the areas around the villages. And there's a lot of intertwining complexity as part of this. So I think I just appreciate if people are amenable, just have a quick conversation about where people are kind of landing on this one, because I know I have my own opinion, but I'm really curious to hear people's opinions and why. If that's okay, Councillor Smart and then Green, and then I might just fill in the gaps.
Yeah, thank you. My priority on this one is that whatever we do, that we're allowing for the viability of having underground parking. So and the reason for that is that all the images that the community selected that they really liked were activated retail storefront spaces with cafes spilling out. And I want that to be able to happen both on Oak Bay Avenue, but also in the laneways behind. And if we don't have a model which supports underground parking, we're going to end up with parking lots instead of beautiful laneways with activation for pedestrians. So my priority is whatever activates the pedestrian sphere, even if that means 4 to 5 stories. To me, it's all about that experience at the public realm level. So that would be my priority. And then as I can see that 5-minute walk may, in a sense, be less of a radius and more elongated along the avenue. So I think there's some nuancing to how that plays out and how it tapers off. Yeah, those are my comments.
Thank you. I'll go Councillor Green, then Watson.
Thank you. I support removing the 5-minute walk. You know, a 5-minute walk for me could be a 10-minute walk for somebody else. I mean, all I'm saying is I think it's a poor metric, and I would say take it out. I agree. Thank you.
Councillor Green, I'm going to force a conversation here a little bit. In the recommendations here of 3 to 4 stories in the main village, 4 to 6 stories along the extension of the corridor outside of that, and then 4 stories everywhere within a 5-minute walk of the villages. Where are you landing on that right now? Like, where's that resolving for you?
Well, this is a tough one, and I'm going to use 3 examples that we already currently have underway in Oak Bay. They're all of them, well, there's one on Bowker. There are 3 others in South Oak Bay, Pentland, St. Patrick, and another one on the alley. And all of these came to light at some of the feedback sessions. So if those are the examples, I would not support 4 stories in neighborhoods. It's hard. You know, it's a hard question. I don't know if I can define it that well, but I would feel better to support 5 to 6 stories on corridors around villages, but I would be hesitant to go any further than that in neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watson.
I think, like, generally, this idea of, you know, raising these densities and changing the profile appeals to me, but it's sort of echoing some of what Councillor Smart has said. It's about the animation of the space, but it's also about the idea of the shoulder. Like, it's not equally dense coming out. It sort of tapers away from these, from the most active or the most intense use, but and kind of, well, or builds up to it from some place. And 5 minutes uniformly applied might not work. So I think there is some nuance there, but the general idea that you are encouraging people, or you're making this a place that people want to come to within 5 minutes, really is an important one, because we're saying we want to encourage active transportation, which includes walking and the use of bikes to get around. So and we also want to support business and those economic functions of these centres. So if you go too narrow, you may lose opportunities. So maybe it's not a 5-minute walk, but there's some concept there of actually it's not just a dead stop. It's not just 10 yards from Oak Bay Avenue that you're not allowing higher density, because I don't think that'll do it. And if you even look at it right now, if you look at Granite, we have those densities, and it's, that's kind of in the 5 minutes. So what if you push that back another block? I think I would like to see us be a bit more open to the possibilities. And yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I'm okay with Councillor Upland. I'll let you go next.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I really like this idea. This, I think, is really clearly what the community is telling us, as far as, like, if there's going to be density, it's going to be around the villages, and it isn't going to be a monolithic strip right along the avenue. It's going to extend out from the avenue and out from the villages, and it has to be done in a rational way. And further to Councillor Watson's point, I'm really struck with, like, for instance, and I think the community has told us this, the consultants have considered it. You can see it showing up in the consultant's report. It's on page 31 of the consultant's report, just sort of presenting a type of standardized graphic that shows more dense to less dense as you move away from the village. And I think this is actually a really great conceptual drawing to kind of capture what that might look like. And I don't actually have a problem with the 5-minute term at all, because for me, the 5-minute term for a lot of Oak Bay, especially South Oak Bay, and especially the area around the village itself, harkens back to the type of community that South Oak Bay and the area around the villages was built to be in the first place, which is it's a streetcar suburb. the reason that the design of the neighborhood looks the way that it does is it was designed for residential landowner or residential owners who, in the vast majority cases, when my house was built, not very many people owned a car, and everybody rode the streetcar downtown, which ran right down the middle of Oak Bay Avenue. So walking and accessibility for people to walk to public transit corridors and all the amenities they need is what the village was originally designed to do. So I don't actually think that the idea of designing around a short walk to amenities, reducing parking, encouraging people to walk and encouraging people to take active transportation modes is actually all that different than what this part of the community was designed to do. So I don't have an issue with it. I think that there's a lot of nuance to the detail of how those individual buildings are placed and how you plan for how it shingles out from the corridor. But this is where a lot of these housing units are going to be achieved. So we need to not hobble ourselves in terms of an artificial reduction in density. We need to look at it holistically, and we need to look at lots of different types of forms in and around there. So I do not. I think that there is much work to be done on the actual details of this, Your Worship, but I am not, in and of itself, resistant to this idea of designing around the walkability to amenities in the village. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite, yours to speak, because I think there's a number of aspects here. I know you touched on one of them, but just maybe talk to the range.
I mean, I did like what Councillor Smart said about the doing the parking underground so that you have the ability to have space around, especially around the village, to have interactions through cafes, et cetera, et cetera. I like that. I still feel pretty strongly that I would not like to see 4-story to 6-story buildings 5 minutes out. I like the idea of having it a little bit closer in to the main corridor. I think that every one of our neighborhoods right now has walkability. So, I mean, and they're mostly single-family dwellings. And to Councillor Watson's point, yes, on Granite Street we do have higher buildings, and that hasn't affected anybody in any way. And could that go one more block out? Sure, that could go one more block out. But to push it out any further than that on either side, to me, just would not be conducive to what we want our neighborhood to look like. So I would still be pretty strong about not having that 5 minutes walkability from the village 5 minutes out.
Thanks, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Interesting conversation, and all of this looks so easy on paper. But in reality, we already do have some buildings of this size, so I'm not opposed to them. But when we talk about achieving underground parking so that we don't have that part of it visual and we keep it more pedestrian friendly, in reality, if this goes ahead, we might not have a village, because if all the construction starts taking place, it will close a village faster than anything will, but until you cycle through it. And so the key is to managing it. If you're going along, if you're doing the length of Oak Bay Avenue, that has more opportunity than if you are doing it along and stepping back also. So it really is about how it is executed. And what it will do is, if you go back to the BC assessments, it will in fact drive out private residences, because if you start getting assessed at a commercial rate, you can't be there. So you start to get you can get in a 5-minute walk area. So I would like to take that out, because I would like us to have a little bit more control of where we want to achieve this. But it definitely will impact significantly. And if you do a 5-minute walk, I mean, that would in fact affect perhaps assessments going from Oak Bay Avenue down to Cranmore or even Bowker. That's and up to Windsor. So it's a fairly large swath. So I think we have to be. I'd like to take the 5-minute walk out and kind of keep it more centered, at least initially, along the village corridors, just for manageability and to get a sense of how in reality it can be executed without causing a stampede of panic in the community. Thank you.
Stampede of panic, that's our goal. Okay, thanks everyone. I appreciate the feedback. So here's my thoughts on it. I mean, if I go through them one by one, I think the 5-minute walk, or maybe it's 150 yards or whatever that is, or whatever that looks like, I think there is a reasonable, the point to be made there about sort of a tiered density. I don't know that, I mean, I think going to 4-story housing within all of that seems fairly severe to me. I think if we want to keep, part of that is being walkable, but part of it is also having the ambience of the space that we're looking for. And I think, we have a 2.5-story requirement in multifamily. And just, I think to your point, Councillor Patterson, there was some comment, there's no commercial considered outside that village. I don't know if that would have the impact on land use, but I think, so for my personal comfort, I feel much more comfortable with having higher density of housing side to side, so some more like row houses allowed and those kind of little things. And maybe up to 3 stories, because you can make some beautiful forms in that, but not looking at a 4-story apartments or those kinds of things outside of the village area. I'm comfortable. I actually like the architecture design model that they put forward of the sort of 2-3-story buildings in the village itself. That's what we have, and it lends itself to an incredible feel in those 2 blocks, but allowing for the higher density on the balance. I think that was a very reasonable compromise. I think and I think my same comments go around Esteban. I don't think that's an area for density of apartments around it, but allowing for some higher density or in the blocks adjacent, block or 2 adjacent would make sense. I think again you can make row houses or townhouses look really in keeping, and so I think that's reasonable. The designate other village areas for low medium apartments. Again, I think those are primarily sort of townhouse type densities for my mind, but I get the point that we certainly had some recently, right? Even where Casey's was, that we had a 3-story that was totally in keeping. I agree with the designated lands at Cadbury Bay, Foul Bay for higher density. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then the other areas here, which is considered areas along Foul Bay, frequent transit corridor, for mixed and medium density housing. I agree with that. However, I will say I think my vision of medium density housing, I think that's the nuance that I struggle with. I think, again, totally appropriate for most of it for townhouse, maybe even row house type developments, but certainly I think higher density than that at the north end of it, the north tip. But I think more than that, it's really directly adjacent to single family, and we're not looking at any other changes for Sandwich, for example, across the street from it, so it's not in a position of having that to the best of my knowledge. And what was the other piece on here? I think the area around Windsor Park, I think that the areas that are designated for higher density are appropriate. I think that area between Windsor Park and Beach Drive and along Beach Drive make a lot of sense, but expanding that around the park, to my mind, is not the right location. I think we do have to take a bit of care around that small commercial center, because I think we do want to make sure that it remains viable and doesn't get priced out by land value escalation. So those are my thoughts on this particular area. I don't know how to turn that into a motion, of course, but there we go. Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, I guess the thing with all of this, Mayor, is it's very difficult without input from our engineering department to understand where the infrastructure is really best suited to this. And what I'd like to have is some clarification on how that will fit in, because we're talking about all of this now, but there's obviously some areas that we're talking about where the infrastructure is going to be problematic to keep pace with the development. And so how does that loop back to council for us to refine?
Sure, I'm going to just give
what we're
that
doing tonight?
to Mr. Brown, because I think they touched on it earlier, and I just want to make sure that we're clear about how that plays into the zoning and the pre-zoning, et cetera. Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you for the question. And then I have an idea for a motion, listening to this as well. So I think part of our next steps in this is to refine this down. So look at where we think there's a reasonable spot for the housing and then overlay that with the infrastructure to confirm it. So we are still at a very early stage in this. And so if there's general support, that now is the time where we start working on the details.
Give you a second to read through Mr. Bull's note, and then you said you had a suggestion perhaps on, on motions?
My suggestion is if you're going to remove the 5-minute walk reference, you could use adjacent to the village or close to the village, where and with a reasonable transition to the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smart?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, like, as we're discussing, it's also interrelated. So, like, if we're going to put forward the idea that we're only doing 2 to 3 stories for Oak Bay Avenue, and we still want pedestrian activation in our laneways, then we're talking about 0 parking minimums. So you can't have everything, is all I'm saying. So, like, you have parking or you have pedestrian realm or you have low density. You don't get it all, or you don't get any more housing. So I just think we need to be clear what our priorities are. So I just, again, want to voice my priority, pedestrian realm. So I'm willing to have 0 parking minimums, no issue with that. But if people don't want that, then we need 4 to 5 stories.
Yeah, thank you. I think some of those nuances are the ones that we have to come back to us. So if anybody else wants to speak to that, I'll say personally, I don't have any issue with the with minimal parking requirements in the village directly. I mean, we've had that already with some of the limits. That being said, I think that there is parking needed in the village. So if I think there's some great ideas there about sharing parking between commercial and residential and so forth as well. Okay. So we have right now the general pieces here. Again, I'm going to turn to maybe to the consultants on this one. We've had a pretty wide-ranging set of inputs from council, not unanimous, but just some thoughts. And I just wonder, Mr. Bars, if you wish to have some more firm direction given, or are you comfortable taking what we've talked about here, talking about more, adjacent areas, adjusting the heights, as you see fit to kind of achieve that goal, or do you really feel it's better to have a bit more clear density, clear? Because I can certainly see some of these directions that I've heard at the table, including my own, having an impact on the number of housing units possible. So within these corridors. So I just want to make sure, take your direction at this point, and how you'd like to see us advance this.
Yeah, we've listened carefully to the discussion, Your Worship, and I think from my point of view, we're very comfortable taking away what we've heard and trying to integrate the various different comments into a proposed land use plan. It is very complex, and I think it's really hard to give clear direction without seeing it on a map and seeing it laid out. So I think we've heard great comments, and I think we're comfortable working with those.
Okay, I'm going to turn to members of council. And we've all had a chance to weigh in. We're going to see some things we ask for and some things we don't when that comes back. But are we comfortable with them going away and doing some of that design work and bringing it back? Just laying it out there, this will be seen by the public. There's not enough time between our seeing it and the public seeing it to do that, although we could add some commentary to it. But it is really kind of like, we're giving this direction, it's going to come back with a design. We're going to review it, maybe give a couple of suggestions of how it's framed to the community, and then get that public input. So if there's anything we cannot stand, this is a good chance to flag it, but I didn't hear around this table there was much of that. It was more the nuance of how it's presented. Councillor Braithwaite.
I mean, I think that as long as they're going away with the understanding that, I think the majority of us spoke about the 5-minute, less than 5-minute walk, wanting that to be changed in a way that it's more nuanced, or a reasonable transition, then I'm okay with that. Otherwise, I would be putting forward a motion to have those words taken out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Green, sorry, you had your hand up.
No, it's okay. I'll wait. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments before we move this forward? Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
There was no majority on that term, so I encourage the motion.
On what term?
I am hearing an interest in having a motion to discuss having the 5-minute terminology specifically dispensed with in what is presented to council, your worship.
If you wish, I'll turn to Councillor Braithwaite if you wish. The motion is I think for clarity of direction, and we test it here, if we wish to change the language from 5-minute to areas adjacent, that might be something we can test with the body of council.
So I would make that motion, and actually, if I can just turn to staff again, because I think that staff had something that was around a reasonable transition or adjacent, so if you could just repeat that for me?
I'm just going to look at the word here. Go ahead, Mr. Brown, sorry, I'll let you do it.
Yeah, thank you, your worship. Yeah, the wording that I had, instead of within a 5-minute walk, within areas adjacent to the villages, and a reasonable transition to the surrounding neighborhoods.
To the surrounding neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So I'll make that motion that we remove the words within less than a 5-minute walk and replace it with areas adjacent to the village and a reasonable surrounding.
With a reasonable transition.
With a reasonable transition. Thank you.
Okay, moved and seconded. Okay.
I don't feel like I have to motivate.
No, I don't think so either. In the interest of time, I'm not going to let you. Just kidding. You can if you wish. Councillor Smart.
I won't be supporting the motion because I actually really like how it's worded in the description there. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Appleton? Same? Okay. Any other discussion on this? All right, call the question. All those in favor, so this is the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment and those opposed? I have Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed, so that does carry. Now that adjacent may be 5 minutes away, but I think we'll leave it to the staff to. Yeah, Councillor Green.
Just a question on process. Are we going through every one of these individually?
We're walking through them, but that was the heftiest one by far.
I hope so.
We're going to be out of this. I'm pretty sure we're going to try as best to get through this in the time. So the next one is the maintaining status quo in other neighborhoods. And Councillor Smart, I think you had something you wish to say to this?
Yeah, thank you. I guess there was just 2 clarifying elements to this one, and my largest, I guess, concern is just potential for misunderstanding in the community with the term status quo. Like, I think when people see status quo, they may think that that means like my single family house. And so I guess I would just, there's a couple things I wanted to mention, and I guess where it says no changes to land use, I just want to, with regards to recommendation number 4, actually talks about the potential for new nodes to be in existing neighborhoods, which would be a land use change. So I wouldn't want that point to not clarify the fact that one of the other recommendations actually sort of contradicts that as far as potential land use change.
I'm going to put that as a question, I think, to staff,
Okay,
just so
sure.
we're clear. And I'll give it to staff, but if they want to give it to Mr. Mars, that's fine. Does staff see the language that's in there allow for nodes or to be added, or is the status quo language here sort of essentially saying that additional commercial nodes would not be contemplated in the future? Mr. Bowl?
I'll jump in with an answer. But invited my colleagues to add to it. We use the term "their other neighborhoods" because there are a couple of other directions throughout this document that talk about main commercial areas, but also minor commercial additions. So there's a couple of other changes, but this one confirms then in the established neighborhoods, other than those other directions, generally no changes, particularly to the infill housing program, because it's so wide-ranging and has already provided additional capacity last year. Thanks.
So, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Well, thank you. And then my other point, and this is, I think, just communication issue, but I want to bring it forward now so it doesn't carry on later. And again, it's still with regards to that. I think the average resident may not understand how large the infill housing area is. And so going forward, I would just really love that the OCP vision around infill housing, particularly around subdivision, to be clarified. Because if you look at how big the infill housing area is, like my understanding is that actually does include Uplands as well. So are we saying with maintained status quo for neighborhoods that due to our current infill housing program that subdivision in the Uplands is actually acceptable under the OCP? I think those are things that need to be clarified, and if I'm asking the question, I think a resident would ask the question too, because we've had that question at the table, and we were really hoping through this process that we'd get some more feedback from the community on where they thought further subdivision was acceptable under the new provincial housing directives. And so I think that, for me, needs to be really clear in the language of the OCP. When it says maintain status quo for neighborhoods, I think that says, to me, no subdivisions anywhere. And that's just, that was the reaction I had to that. But if it doesn't mean that, then I just think we need to work on the communication of this still means the infill housing program as it was prior to the provincial housing directives. Thank you.
I might just make just a thought on this one, and I'll turn to staff if they have any other thoughts. It occurs to me that, I mean, this is a real problem that we faced here, is that we have the uncertainty is causing difficulty for doing, subdivisions. The current OCP does acknowledge that one of the supportable things is small lot subdivisions, but of course it's a different realm when you're dealing with fourplexes rather than single family homes. Is it in this process of going away on those key points? Is it sufficient just to kind of ask for some more clarification on those points, or would you like us to provide some clarification given to you at this point to come back? I'm just curious about which order of this you would like to have this discussion. Mr. Green?
Yeah, through your worship, I think it would be helpful if council wants to still explore the subdivision of the larger lots, because I guess currently, and perhaps Rob would correct me otherwise, but we're not proposing the subdivision of lots, given that we believe that we could accommodate those 3,700 units through higher density, as opposed to, I guess, the other option, if the SMU regulations hadn't came into effect, is that we would be looking at those minimum lot sizes in our residential areas to see how we meet that 20-year supply of housing through smaller lot sizes. But obviously, as a result of SMU, when you create a new lot, then you don't know if it's only 1 unit or 4 units. And so, if council wishes to still explore the subdivision or still have some policy direction for the ability of landowners or large lot landowners to subdivide their lots without the need to amend an OCP, then that obviously direction would be helpful from council.
My personal suggestion here is that we don't give, I think that's a great question to ask, and I think it would really benefit from some staff input and have the 2 months of time to come back and say, here's options that we're considering, and get some feedback on that, because I think blind, we're going to have our opinions, but that's not necessarily the best way to make policy or direction at this point. So personally, I would rather flag it as, hey, this is a key issue that we need to make sure we resolve as part of this, and come back with options as part of this process. So staff are nodding that's doable. So if that's acceptable, Councillor Smart, I'll go to you.
And just to clarify, I'm just really flagging here almost communication issues. Like, I think the average person going to this OCP engagement possibly may not understand which lots are subdividable under the infill housing policy. And so I just think this is a really important touch point with the community for them to understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Watson?
Yes, thank you. Just following up on this discussion and your comments, Mayor. I think, yes, some good geo-analysis of what's really happening. Like how many, if you look at the Uplands specifically, how many lots, right, R1 lots now, could actually be subdivided into 2 R1 lots? Like, we need to know that. Or are there only 2 or 3 of them, and if you subdivide them, you're only going to get 1 R1 and an R2? That's the sort of thing that we need to understand, because taking an R1 lot and creating 2 R1 lots, I don't have a problem with that, because the resulting outcome is still you know, an R1 lot that gets 4 units, which the province has said is what's got to happen. But if you're starting to create disparity in effect, the lot types. Anyway, so that kind of level of analysis, I think I would need to see before I could, you know, feel I was ready to weigh in and help make a decision.
We may not have time for that level of analysis, because all of the ones we'd be dealing with would be ones that would require rezoning, right? That's, we don't have any say on the rezoning of if something can legally be divided into 2 R1s, we never touch it, it gets done without our touch. It's only where it requires a rezoning to allow that. So I think that's the question, I think more philosophical than other, Councillor Watson.
So if that is the case, then maybe that analysis isn't needed. I mean, we could just have a blanket policy that says no further, like if you're R1, you're R1, you're R2, you're R2, which is really what I was seeing here, which was maintain status quo for other neighborhoods. That's what I understood from that. Like if I'm in an area that's all zoned R4, that means it's all R4. So I don't have a problem with that.
I think what we seem to be getting to in this one is we'll have some information back to help us guide some of that policy, but Councillor Smart, are you done?
Yeah, and thank you. And again, it's just that communication issue, because I think even around the table, like we're all just still not sure about how it could all play out under either scenario. So if we're not clear, surely the public isn't clear. And I think we need to understand that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, and then I also want to touch on the
Yes,
question of townhouses.
Just very briefly, on the particularly on the Uplands, I think that it does have to come for rezoning for subdivisions, particularly because we still have to answer the questions on what do you do in Uplands and still maintain its historic value. It's you know, those are that's the minutia that we have to get to. And the best way is maybe to send it back to some of the groups, and particularly the Heritage Commission might be able to speak to that. Because you will get to a point that if you just allowed it to be blanket subdivisions, after a while, you know, when does that historic value of Uplands, what's the break point for it? We haven't determined that, so this one has to be kind of shelved until we have more input.
Are there other speaking points to this? I did want to raise one point. I think we should at least understand what the process is. I think Councillor Smart earlier raised this point of one of the things that's been really highlighted and flagged for us is the idea of having some more townhouses kind of like on corner lots where they make a certain amount of sense and they're easier to build. And can we consider that as part of this? And I guess the question I'm going to ask staff is, can we just ask that be looked at as part of, so the infill doesn't have anything new, but for corner lot townhouses, because I think I'm getting lots of nods around. We've heard a lot about that as a fairly simple way of looking at some development, because those just might allow for 4, 5, 6 units on a lot as opposed to 2. But do you want a direction to include corner lot townhouses to be one of the options brought back, or are you comfortable just with this discussion to include what that would look like back to this table, Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think we can take this discussion away, look at the term status quo, look at more clarity around what the infill housing project program already allows, and take into consideration the last suggestion as well about corner lots and townhouses.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton?
Yeah, just really quickly for that, Your Worship, I think it's important because we're engaged in the process of looking at what makes sense as a community overall for considering spot zoning or individuals. So now I think is the time to look at corner lots or lots of certain dimensions, make recommendations on that with respect to townhouses in the existing residential neighborhoods. It doesn't mean we have to necessarily follow through on all of them, but it seems to me that now is the time to consider where those types of land uses are the most appropriate, because people do mention it in the community, but we say, okay, well, we don't know whether that means on a 12,000 square foot lot or a 15,000 square foot lot, how many units, et cetera, et cetera. So I think now is the time to consider that.
Yeah, thank you. I think we've done that session, so we're moving on to leverage municipal and other institutional lands. We have 2 number 2s and 1 number 3. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, just on the one further consider housing opportunities on golf course lands. I'm not sure why that, I mean, we have our own golf course. I guess we could consider it on our own golf course land, but the other two golf courses that are in our community are privately owned. So I'm not sure how that fits in with that.
Okay. Do you want that as a question to staff? Sure. This may be one for you, Mr. Bars. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, because we heard from the community that there is this potential on golf course lands. Really, what we're looking for is, does council think that's worth exploring? And the way we would explore it is to say, you know, should we change the designation of those lands, those golf course lands, to allow housing, should the private owner choose to build housing? At the moment, they wouldn't be able to build housing because the land isn't designated for housing or zoned for housing. So we could give that private owner the possibility of building housing if they wanted to do it. And you know, there could be certain conditions attached to that building of housing. So that's really what we're talking about. It's just opening up the possibility should that private landowner choose to pursue it. Again, I would remind council that it is ALR land, so there are kind of further complications associated with removing it from the ALR or having a change of use in the ALR lands.
Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I think on this one, what I would like to see is the assessed value of land as it stands as a golf course, or if it could become housing, because if it could become housing, particularly if it becomes multi-story, that could change the assessed value. And so, I mean, it could impact them, and I think we should know that before we arrive at a final decision on how we want to handle this.
Fair point. The value of the land would change dramatically if that was. It is ALR, obviously, though. It's so. I guess if I may ask a question to Mr. Bars on this one, what does this look like? I mean, are we talking about the owner having the option of, because these are, even if they're private, they're still well-used, you know, green spaces, and it's so easy to lose green space when you start talking about things. So, are we talking about the option of these owners to, you know, allow housing onto their land as long as the primary use of it as green space maintains? Or are we talking about the option to just shut them down and turn them into housing? I know of a few horrible cases where this was done in other places and nothing good came out of it. So I'm just a little concerned here about how this gets this flight. I think the first one is very supportable. The second one probably a little bit more difficult. Mr. Barr, maybe you can just clarify for us what we're talking about here. Maybe you'd like that clarification from us.
Yeah, again, we haven't done a lot of thinking about this, so I can't really provide a lot of clarification, although I think either of the options that you're mentioning are possibilities. If it was whole-scale redevelopment of the golf course, though, you would want to have, you know, a lot of input on the ultimate kind of master plan of that redesigned land. So it wouldn't just be a case of saying, go build as much housing as you want. Like, you would require the golf course to bring back a master plan which incorporated green space, incorporated amenities, in the same way that I expect you will for the UVic lands, where you're going to work with them to develop a comprehensive master plan that benefits the community overall.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in on this particular one. I totally support leverage municipal lands, but institutional lands, now we're getting into, I think, very murky waters, and I think it would concern people in our community, and so I'm not sure we have the mandate to include this, quite frankly, from the community. I think municipal land's a very different thing. We've talked about that before, but I think the word institutional has a whole other meaning. It includes schools, school property, that kind of thing. So I would be inclined to leave it with leverage municipal land, I think.
You're smart.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to speak in favor of having further conversations with institutional landowners, specifically with regards to the correspondence we received from the Anglican Diocese. There are a lot of prominent institutional sites that we've already had outreach on from the community that want to develop and potentially could be some of our best partners for developing affordable housing. So I'm very much in favor of the continued correspondence with institutional and any private landowner that is coming to the table saying, I want to partner to help build housing for your community.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm definitely in favor. This is a very, very important one, I think, just for us to have this conversation with the community, because at this stage of the game, as has often been remarked, the amount of land available within the district to be able to plan for the future in terms of things like our protective services building, new community facilities, the amenities that, as has been pointed out, the amenities that these new housing and these new neighbors that we're going to have are going to need. We need to have all of these lands sort of available as part of the conversation. There is going to need to be housing and multi-uses and creative partnerships brought into play to even contemplate rebuilding some of these amenities that we're going to need to spend big money on in the upcoming years. So this, I think, is a really important one, because it's not just sort of like where can we put a bunch of housing on into industrial lot, but how can we holistically consider all of the lands available to the district to be creative about how we develop our amenities, create green space, and these types of things. So, and it will require some real creative solutions. So I think having municipal and institutional land on the table as far as something that's entering that conversation, I think is really important.
Okay, thank you for that. Just cognizant of time here, I think we need to extend by another 15 minutes to get through these pieces. So if I can just have a motion to extend to 11:15. I think we can defer the bylaw pieces.
I'll make
to
a
the next
motion to
meeting.
extend to 11:20.
You're wiser than I am. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Again, people can leave if they want to. We're largely through this, but I do want to finish. Councillor Green?
No, my only comment is our staff are here as well.
Yeah, it's getting late.
It's difficult. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, I mean, this is currently listed as, the more important pieces of the institutional and municipal lands. I think they only, and 3 is further consider on golf course, but I take Councillor Patterson's point. There may be a bit of a, I mean, there's a couple of months between now and then. I'm sure there's going to be lots and lots of questions on that. I'm just wondering, to my mind, this is a little bit of, I think, I think I wouldn't mind a little bit of appreciation from council on the direction of that one. I think the first one, institutional lands like churches, makes a lot of sense to have that context rebuilt. I think the second one might be clarification of just, consideration of allowing housing, on those, by those institutions, but not replacing their golf courses or green space, because that would, I think putting that into an OCP would be significant changes that we'd have to have more things. So, Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. With regards to the golf course one, I guess what I would love to see for that element is just really a reach out, just to, and that may have happened already, but more of a conversation piece of just, what's your future 20-year plan? Maybe they really need staff housing. I don't know, but it doesn't hurt to reach out. But I don't see it as impactful as the other aspects of that one.
Is there time in the next 2 months to reach out? I guess is the other part of that question. Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. No, we wouldn't reach out right away. This would become a policy in the OCP for future follow-up. But it's a good discussion to have to see if that's needed to be picked up and formulated, or that certain things can be left out. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say I think I think it'd be very positive for us to flag in this process that council, the OCP is amenable to consideration of housing being built by these organizations, so long as the main, business of their inn remains unchanged. So if they're looking for workforce housing or for other housing, member housing or other things, that they should be able to, contemplate that. But I think anything more than that, if it's not very clear that that's the expectation, we risk that being the frontline newspaper story tomorrow in the, the Times columnist. Councillor Green?
I'm also mindful of the comments made by Andrea Careless and the Climate Action Group about the preservation of tree canopies, green space, and other things. So I think those were very valuable comments tonight.
So, do staff want clarification of what we mean by consideration of golf courses? I think did you want more of that? Or I saw a lot of heads nodding when I was talking about the understanding that the primary intent should stay the same, but there's other housing. I don't know if anybody, yeah. So do you want direction on that, or are you comfortable coming back with using that as a primary driver for the recommendations coming back?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the results, the discussion has been very informative. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're good on the other aspects of this at this moment. Okay, thank you. High quality design, neighborhood character. This is a bit of a tricky one because this is talking about some additional controls over spaces. And there's a recommendation here, doesn't apply DPAs to small scale infill housing, but it would if there's variances being requested. So I think we've had some discussion about applying it more broadly. I know the provinces spoke strongly against doing that, but I guess it is an option for us to consider as well. So just going to turn to the body here. Is there anything here that people wish to flag as something that they want to see changed, or they want to see some nuance teased out, or any other aspects? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, with respect to the fact that we've been trying to keep this scope small, I would love to see DP area guidelines for Bowker Creek and the shoreline developed in the long term. So I just wanted to voice that. If we did decide as a council to do development guidelines, like form and massing guidelines for infill, I'd really want them to be staff delegated and not coming to the council table.
Thank you. The idea of, so the Bowker Creek has a riparian area, development permit area. So can maybe just remind me, because I don't remember what that triggers right now, Mr. Green?
Yes, so there is an environmental development permit area for Bowker Creek, Hobbs Creek are both development permit areas, and then any development proposed within 15 metres or 30 metres of that stream triggers a DP. As part of the scope of this OCP, we said that we wouldn't be changing those DPA areas, but we would be reviewing those guidelines to ensure that they are fit for purpose, given that they are probably time for a bit of a refresh, given the date of those guidelines.
For anybody who's scratching their head wondering where's Hobbs Creek, they probably all know, but it's in Mystic Vale for those watching at home. Anything else, Councillor Smart? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very quickly, will concur. I think I'm fine with allowing the consider two options for managing the form and character of infill development. I'm not a big fan of the DPA for form and character on infill, and if that is brought forward as an option, I concur. I'd like to see that delegated to staff and have those guidelines be delegated to staff. I do not want council to be having a look at every variance to form and character guideline for infill housing. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see other hands popping up on recommendations for change on this, so I'm going to go then to item 7. Integrate climate and sustainability goals. Oh, sorry, 8. I'm looking at the number 8 and saying the number 7. Again, indication it's 11:03. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, I'm just wondering, it's probably a question for staff, but I note that further to the point, Councillor Green just made it, and we heard from some folks tonight with respect to protection of the natural environment. I look at item number 4 on this list under number 8, which is explore opportunities to leverage new development incentives, et cetera, et cetera. Speaking of, access to parks, trails, and green space, and, protect and enhance natural assets. This is currently listed as a number 3. I'm thinking that should probably be to take action in response to the comments that we've heard with respect to having those types of guidelines integrated, can we move this to a number 2, which means that it would be included in a substantive way in the upcoming amendment, upcoming OCP amendment?
Sure. Give that question to staff or comment. Mr. Bull?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I think it would require some additional efforts, and mainly is because we also have the Climate Action Plan, Community Climate Action Plan project coming up, and I think we're intending to take a closer look at a range of climate action measures there. So yeah, it would. I think we could try to expand the policies definitely that we are including at this point in the OCP. But I would need to look back at with the consultants as well what it would look like and how far we could reasonably get within the next 2 months. So a bit of a hesitantly willingness to look into it. Sorry, thank you.
Councillor Appleton?
Yeah. Maybe a follow-up question then, Your Worship, and I appreciate the mention of the Community Climate Action Plan. Is it, and maybe early days, but would an outcome of the Community Climate Action Plan process itself be a recommendation to incorporate new information into the OCP? Like, it would seem to me that that would have some wide-ranging things that could affect building standards, it could affect a number of different things with respect to that. So there would be the potential for amendments to the OCP in this area of climate sustainability that would be recommended by that climate. So it may actually be a staged process of getting information from that process to inform a future OCP amendment.
Mr. Bull?
Yeah, through the mayor, yes, that's correct. And I think we scoped the project already. So the scope has been established. And it could be 2 steps. Yeah, the climate action plan would outline all the different actions, and then subsequently there would be whatever other bylaws, including the OCP, would be updated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on 8? We have the zoning bylaw recommendation summary table. I'm just going to throw it out there to anybody. If anybody has anything they want to flag for this, these are the adjoining. The philosophy here seems to be to make the zoning changes where it's feasible and try and identify areas where it may not be feasible based on engineering and other drivers. Is there anything else here that people wish to flag? And maybe I'll ask the same question of Mr. Bars. Is there any burning question that I know you don't want to say yes to that at this point, but that you would like to get clarification from council before we close off the meeting tonight? So I don't see any hands from staff. I'm going to go to Mr. Bars. Anything you would like to add or ask?
Your Worship, I'd like to give opportunity to my colleague Jeanette Elmore, who's been working on the zoning bylaw recommendations, just to flag anything that she thinks is important for direction from council.
Great, thank you very much, and welcome, Ms. Elmore.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we're not hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate being here tonight and the opportunity to seek clarity. Two items come to mind. That would be the use of pre-zoning, which has already been touched upon with the suggestion that we look at townhouse pre-zoning. We would love more input or direction from council on the types of housing or locations that might be more desirable, servicing aside, so assuming these areas can be serviced, but any further objectives, for pre-zoning as a tool to incentivize development of certain housing types or locations. So would be one. And then also we would love to explore the ability of inclusionary zoning or density bonusing to help meet some of the district's affordable housing objectives and test the waters with council in terms of their interest in applying that tool. And perhaps the third would be the interest in applying rental tenure zoning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elmore. Those are all items that we've certainly talked about over the years as possibilities we've never got to. So if I'm giving council's discussion over the last 10 or so years, I would say that there's probably interest in all of those. I think there's also been interest flagged, and maybe it's not on here, in the idea of sort of stage zoning, where you have a lower default, but if you get, again, density boning, and maybe the appropriate model of use of that, but to get the higher heights and so forth, you automatically trigger a requirement for affordable housing or other benefits. So I'm just going to look around the table here. Is there anybody here at the table who would like to flag any of those three things not to be looked at as part of their pieces? Yeah, I think we're getting general support around the table here, Ms. Elmore. That helps.
Wonderful, thank you.
And Councillor Green?
I still struggle with the word affordable as as it applies to Oak Bay, and I think we have to be honest about that. And if there's another term that would be more helpful or more straightforward, but I think affordable housing in Oak Bay at the moment is not attainable, and it concerns me because I think it's a bit misleading in terms of the public. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much. I think that the notes in here is that it may be possible but it would take a certain amount of exclusionary zoning or density bonusing to make it happen. And so I think if we leave these recommendations in place, they'll explore those and come back. And I appreciate, you're almost certainly right. True affordability, probably not the outcome, but probably slightly more affordable. Councillor Smart?
Yeah, and I was just going to say, we had so many great letters from various different community groups, and just in relationship to that, the letter from the England Diocese with Wiser Projects outlined specific levers that could really help us achieve affordable housing, similar to what the consultant just mentioned, but they also described air rights and other unique strategies that could, if put in place now, could be risk-free for some institutional developers to come up with some really innovative projects for Oak Bay.
Thank you. One just very quick thing, Ms. Elmore, and that is there's mention here of finding ways of supporting things like co-ops. They do face some challenges, particularly in Oak Bay, but everywhere. So I just thank you for including that, and I'm assuming since it's in there, if there's ways of encouraging those housing forms, they will be included as options in the report, in the suggestions that come back. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's a very fair assessment. In our approach, we will layer in that understanding of supporting a range of different housing types and tenures, and having an awareness that these exist in Oak Bay, and enabling the flexibility for new types to be developed.
Thank you for that. I think that may be an area that density bonusing and stuff may come into the fore and be functional. Okay, thank you for that. Anything else that people wish to flag? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, I guess, and throughout this, of course, it talks about proximity to public transportation, and I think we have to be cautious of using this. We are not like some of the routes in Saanich or the City of Victoria. Some of our transportation routes are very limited in the service they give, and so to speak of it as if we already have the same service as some other corridors might throughout the region is it really doesn't fill the need. It won't fulfill the need of the transportation of those other routes, not without major changes to the to BC Transit that is here. So I think we have to be very cautious when we're speaking about this as if it's a service that is already available to public transit users, and in fact it's not readily available.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We have a motion on the floor that adopts this with only one amendment made, but a lot of conversation to help guide the discussion. Well, we'll come back. Is there anything else? I'm going to last call for members of staff. Thank you, Mr. Bars, for flagging Ms. Elmore's participation in that. That was helpful. Anything else from staff you'd like to hear from us before we go? Okay, I'm going to call the question on that's on the table? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, that carries. I believe that uses up that piece. I do recognize that we are down to, well, we're really out of time. But these amendments to the bylaws are considerations that need 2 readings, and I'm wondering, there's a recommendation to me, just defer this to the next meeting. If council doesn't have any substantive concerns or deep questions on these things, I'd be open to us actually doing the first 3 readings of these. 11.1. Oh, correct. So Councillor Green, you wish to recuse, so I think that ends your evening for the night. So we can let you go. Oh, going back, yes, that's right.
We're going back in camera, you can't leave. I'm happy to do that.
I think we can take a question and won't be any debate, so go ahead while Councillor Green is packing up.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just my question for staff is with all the great diagrams showing the ribbon driveways and permeable driveways on municipal land, has there been any engagement with engineering, or will there be any engagement with engineering to allow those to expand to front boulevards that can sometimes be 25 or greater feet of property, so that somebody could actually do an entire permeable driveway and not half permeable driveway and half non-permeable as spec'd by engineering?
I'll take that question, Councillor Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. We haven't discussed that specifically, and that might be something, if that's the will of council, to explore. There's probably some other considerations there at the street side in terms of turning in and turning out, but there's probably technical options for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm absolutely clear. We still have Mr. Bars and Ms. Elmore and Ms. Taylor all sitting online with us. Do you wish, I think we can let them go at this point tonight, is that correct? Mr. Green?
Yeah, Ms. Elmore's here specifically for this particular infill housing item, so that's why.
Okay, no worries, that's good, thank you. So, please go ahead, ask your question.
Sorry, and I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask this question, but when I was reading through the information, I just was trying to, was wondering if you could remind me where the height part of this bylaw is located. I couldn't find it anywhere in the bylaw. And has it changed since we talked about it in whatever month we talked about it?
Sure. Mr. Bull, is it 3.5, I think, but going from memory, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I was going to ask either Mr. Green or Ms. Elmore to point it out, because there is a bit of additional height, I think, for accessory dwelling units in here somewhere.
Ms. Elmore, can you tell us the location of the bylaws or the language related to the additional height?
Through the mayor, it will take me a moment to refresh myself on this as well, if you don't mind.
Okay, so I think we're okay to move ahead with this for the first 3 readings tonight. If we need if the people wish to have amendments, just procedurally, it lets us deal with it this month. Otherwise, we're going to kick it into the next month.
I'll move receipt.
So 11.1, we have movement of receipt, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? I'm going to ask for public input on 11.1 at this point. And there's nobody. Oh, Ms. Matthews is still online. But there may be some other members of the public that wish to speak to 11.1, in which case I'm going to need a motion to extend. I'm not seeing hands popping up in the room or online.
I'll move that the driveway access bylaw number 3550, 1987 amendment bylaw number 4914, 2025 be read a first and second time.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. I'm going to, I think we already gave the opportunity for discussion, but I do recognize this may have to have amendments if it comes back next week and we want to talk about it some more. I just procedurally want to get us through these pieces. I'm just getting concerned looks from staff, so I just want to make sure I deal with any good. Okay, first and second reading live on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed?
And I'll move third reading.
Can I see you to read the whole thing, please?
I'll move that the driveway access bylaw number 3550, 1987 amendment bylaw number 4914, 2025 be read a third time.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. And then we move to the next section, which does not have public input. If you can have that read.
I'll move that zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986 amendment bylaw number 4894, 2025 be read a first and second time.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed?
And I move that zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986, amendment bylaw number 4894, 2025 be read a third time.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? And before I go to adoption, I just want to make sure that we're not getting out of sequence here, because my recollection is that this bylaw and 3550 are aligned, so we should probably adopt them. I guess not, because this one was allowed to be happening ahead of time anyway. So if everybody's comfortable with moving this forward, why don't we put it on the floor, Councillor Braithwaite?
I'll move that the zoning bylaw number 3531, 1986, amendment bylaw number 4894, 2025 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Elmore, did you wish to add something before I call the question?
Oh, my apologies. I thought I was muted.
No, it's okay. Just didn't want to miss something. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. We are now able to adjourn.
Move adjournment.
Oh, Councillor Smart, we're going to adjourn in 10 seconds.
I really want to do a motion arising about this, that planning staff coordinate with engineering options for constructing ribbon and permeable driveway solutions within municipal setbacks.
I'll take it as a notice of motion. I think that's a reasonable
Okay.
thing. I'll consider it read into the thing at this time, because you got it right in before.
Motion to adjourn.
Move in a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Elmore, again, for all your work on this and your answering the question. You sat through most of it without talking, but really appreciate it. When we move through things quickly, that means that it was well done. So thank you. Have a good night.